himself a crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Wow.
That was Big Rizzler.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I thought I heard the Rizzler this weekend in one of these NFL commercials, and now I just saw it for the first time. You guys, I'm sure, know who the Rizzler is.
No. Is this on? Oh, sorry.
You didn't turn yourself on, John.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I thought
The
I did.
Rizzler is a little fat kid.
Wow.
On
I was
the
going to say, I
internet.
thought it was a child.
Yes, who goes like this, and apparently that means Riz.
So
Oh, that little.
is society in the Rizzler
Wait.
ready for the eventual crash out that's going to happen once he gets older? Because I think what the main reason people love him is because he's a cute little kid, right? But the second he hits puberty, no one's going to care about the Rizzler anymore. He's going to show up at like conventions when he's
Definitely.
in his 20s. I was the Rizzler.
What was the motion?
I don't know what.
He's just going like this, but he has a big face.
It's
so,
kind of like
just,
a
big
almost
face.
like a blue
Yeah.
steel, like
Well,
a.
yeah, when people stroke their beard, they're thinking or
I'll show
they're
you, John.
they're manipulating.
What
or,
do they
you know,
call
they're,
it?
They're
No,
coming up with a
Nick, you know the
sinister
internet.
plan.
What is that called? It's called something.
I have no idea. I use the emoji a lot.
No, it's not
okay.
that. That's not the way he means it. It's it.
This isn't a kid that was on ESPN during the College World Series who was doing
No.
the eye gestures to the
no,
camera. Right?
No.
different, but same idea.
Okay.
What is it? Mewing. They mew.
Mewing?
They mew.
Like Mewtwo?
I thought
Yes.
nice Pokemon reference. I thought that mewing was a different thing where you did something with your tongue to
Oh,
with your
Wait,
jaw.
Josh,
like
Google that one up for me.
What am I? Mewtwo?
No,
No,
mewing.
I
What's
thought mewing was the thing where people like push out their jaw.
Mewing is an unproven form of oral posture training purported to improve jaw and facial structure.
So
Yeah.
what does it look
Like
like?
this.
How do you do
It
that?
looks like this.
I have.
but isn't that what the Rizzler is doing?
No,
I don't think
It
so.
just looks like this is something you do, or you're like,
Okay, never mind. He's not mewing.
He's just making a face.
Don't tell the internet he's not mewing.
Yep. Good one.
Yeah.
Good one.
Mm.
What's up, guys?
Hello, Happer. How are you?
Hey,
Good.
That
Yeah?
sounded like,
It sounded not good, actually.
yeah, I was like,
Yeah, just a little.
Are you tired? Are you sleepy?
Yeah, a little
you
bit.
sleepy?
A little bit.
Too many things?
Just a little. Had a bit of a weekend. Yeah,
Oh,
but it's okay.
yeah.
That's
We're-
good.
You
We're
need a
good.
weekend from your weekend?
I would love a weekend from a weekend. That was not a weekend. That was just another day. Another
Yeah.
two.
Ah.
As our days often are.
I know.
Our days often are.
But usually,
That's
you know,
why
like,
we look forward to great rewards at the end of
Yeah, the
rain
summer.
day.
Yeah.
like we have weekends. Sometimes you get Saturdays and Sundays, and
Occasionally.
you can kind of do whatever you want with them
Yeah.
during football season. From now until I don't know, probably January.
Sure.
There are none of those.
No.
You kind of just go all the time, and yeah, which is great when you do get
Oh,
a
that
weekend or maybe even an extended weekend.
few days.
yeah.
It's nice.
I hear you.
Feels
Yeah.
pretty good.
We don't have them right now though, and it's just kind of getting used to it.
I know
Yeah.
Tom Brady never had a day off apparently, and look how he turned out.
He's a freak.
He is a
He's just
freak.
kissing kids and working hard.
Yeah, I don't want to kiss kids.
I kiss my daughter.
I said I don't want to, for the record. That drop is normal.
No, but he was like kissing his kids on the mouth.
Yeah, remember it was like-
that's where it
Yeah,
gets
that,
weird.
that was a
Yeah.
thing. That
It was
was a
pretty-
thing.
It was a little creepy.
He wasn't using his tongue.
I looked a little open mouth.
Wow. no, Okay. I don't know if it was that bad. Let's
just-
not.
How old were the kids?
Close to teenage.
Okay, never mind. I have a 13-month-old.
That is allowed.
Okay,
A little
thank you.
kissy kiss.
Thank you.
Can I get to kiss for Dada?
Oh,
Like
no.
Exactly.
Happer can say
Good
those.
job.
He can say
Oh,
those words.
no.
It is allowed.
I do
Oh.
that.
Now, when she is
It's
a
so cute.
13-year-old, it's not as cute
She doesn't
anymore.
even know what's going on, but she knows when I say kiss, she just goes like this. She
Mm.
just leans her face toward mine.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's great. It's very nice.
I enjoyed. I have an opinion. I know it's a Wednesday segment.
Go ahead, Josh.
Big Red Overreaction, the most fun Big Red Overreaction of all time on Saturday.
I enjoyed it.
Nebraska should win by 68 points more often.
Wow.
Callers were drunk. Callers were happy. They were picking nits about dumb things, and we all were in on the joke together.
Did you hear what happened, by the way,
Except for
with
Dave?
the miscommunication with young Matt this morning?
No.
So remember
What?
when I sent you guys that tweet about how the guy who called in who got the vasectomy from Judd Davies?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I was like, that guy is awesome.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, Matt thought apparently that I said that I
That
got
you
it.
and I got them from Judd Davies.
That just I
Oh,
got one from Judd Davies.
Oh, vasectomy bros.
And then he spread that
I was wondering what that tweet was
on
about.
the show this
That
morning.
you and I had vasectomies together.
No, he just said, well, Hepper got a vasectomy from Judd
Were you
Davies.
guys holding
He
hands
told
in
me
the
in a
operating
tweet.
room at the same time?
Look at these hands.
That did not happen.
Yeah, that was wild when that caller. Did you listen to this, John?
I didn't hear that part.
I love
no.
Big Red Overreaction John over here. So there was this caller who called.
I was only in the car for 15 minutes and then I went home.
What about radio replay, John?
Yesterday, you were tweeting about how you love severe reaction, but not Big Red Overreaction. Very interesting, John.
Because I was waking up to Michael. If you would have stayed on the air until 8:30, 9 o'clock yesterday morning, I would have been
Yeah,
listening.
John's clock radio went off in the morning, and it was Michael Severe's voice.
I guess hard to argue with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just my routine.
I listened to all of
I was
Severe
listening
Reaction.
on the way home.
I listened to all of Severe Reaction on radio replay
Wow. See, now that's a good coworker.
on a drive
You can
to and
also-
from Lincoln yesterday.
Yeah,
Did
but
you go to Lincoln again?
Uh-huh.
And no wonder you were busy this weekend. You need
Lincoln
a weekend.
boy.
You need a week off
Thank you,
or
John.
a
Yeah, like-
weekend off.
When it's like cold and snowy outside.
Just any time, but preferably then just like normal.
Nice. That's
Mhm.
awesome.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. So I listened to Big Red Overreaction. It was great. I love the guy who was Dave, and he goes, well, there's a lot of Daves.
That was phenomenal.
It was awesome.
So then, John, the reason I asked you was there was this caller who said that he went to get a vasectomy and he realized that the doctor doing it was Judd Davies. And so then we started talking about fullback Judd Davies for a few minutes.
Oh, I got quite the DM
I had
about
no-
Judd Davies.
I had no idea Judd Davies was doing vasectomies.
Same.
Yeah. Would you like a vasectomy from Judd Davies? Not you, like just the Royals.
Yeah, my doctor started telling me about how he went to the Super Bowl and how he took his whole family to a Chiefs Super Bowl the
That's right.
year before.
You said that on Big Red Overreaction.
because I was like, so I'm paying this money and you're going to the Super Bowl.
It's such a
I want to go to the Super Bowl.
it's such a
Well,
weird
then don't get a vasectomy.
I guess not.
it's such a weird power flex to be a doctor to do that because he's already in a position of power because you are displayed in front of him.
Oh yeah,
He's got sharp objects
sure. Yeah, like a cauterizer.
Well, or
Yeah.
lasers, yeah.
and
It
lasers.
smell- there was a smell.
So he's already in a position of power, and then he takes it a step further and
Yeah.
brags about how much
Yeah.
money he makes.
I took my whole family to the Super Bowl. I'm like, wow. I went to a football game one time.
I
That's
can smell
awesome.
my skin burning. That's
yeah,
fun.
exactly. I'm having Popeyes later.
being a doctor would be sweet.
Yeah,
You
that-
know?
that paycheck would be pretty nice.
That's what I'm saying.
It definitely has
No,
benefits.
You go home and you're like, look at my house.
If you're a doctor who only does vasectomies, is that like your whole bit, or do you think you can go from like a vasectomy to?
Well,
I
no,
don't
he's a
know, heart
urologist.
Okay.
So he does all sorts of stuff with the kibbles and the bits. I don't know what the other things are, but I can't imagine. it's
Probably
just that.
kibble and bit reconstruction.
But like
Yeah.
in order to become
Yeah.
that specific kind of doctor, I mean, you have to do the general doctor things as well.
yeah, then you have to pick a specialty. I've watched Grey's Anatomy.
Okay, all right,
Drake says, nice balls. Shame you can't use them anymore. Exactly.
nice,
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah.
So that was a great call on Big Red Overreaction.
Yeah.
Let me think of some of my other favorites.
We spent the last 15 minutes before the show off air, before it started, talking about our favorite places to go on O Street when we were in college.
Yikes.
It was awesome.
Matt's are probably completely different than yours.
Yeah, what was the crossover there?
Well,
Well-
there's a lot of places that have changed.
Well-
There's like 3 that still exist.
He went to Brothers, and I go, oh man, when I was there, Brothers was for the D-bags. And he goes, yeah, it actually still is, but I knew someone there who I got free drinks
So
from.
Matt loved going. To,
But I mean,
yeah.
you know, if the shoe fits.
it's very
Uh,
interesting.
It's funny that he said, yeah, it still is, and then
Yeah.
he could have just stopped
Yeah.
it there.
But he likes Sandy's, which was my place. I said Sandy's, and he
Yeah.
says he likes Sandy's,
Mm.
which is cool. And
The
there was
rail
one-
will never die, but
Oh,
don't go there.
The rail is gross.
Mhm.
The rail is a nasty place. Nick, have you ever been to the rail?
Never heard of the rail.
I'm just
I
trying
mean,
to
I've
think
heard
of
the brass
places
rail.
that still exist from when we
What about
were
the
in
place
college.
where you walked in and had the upstairs dance area? What was that place called?
With the
Main
cages?
Street? Main Street. No, not that place.
Was that where you and Kugler used to get popcorn and drinks?
No, that was
Iggy's?
that was Morgan's.
See, I don't
See, I
remember
never had a
Morgan's.
Morgan's.
Yeah, I think that's been gone for a long, long time.
I liked Main Street. They had cheap, like 32-ounce rum and cokes for $1 on Thursday.
Yeah, they
You
were
were a big
gigantic.
rum and coke guy.
I was
Yeah.
a big rum and coke guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were gigantic.
Good times. Fat Toad, says Jordan.
Fat Toad is the one with the cages.
That's the one with the cages.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think about once a year, a crossover ends up just being naming old bars in Lincoln you went to in college.
yeah, I mean,
Good
it's
times.
it's a great tradition.
Spencer says Josh is thinking of Mickey's. No, I wasn't thinking of Mickey's. It was called Main Street, wasn't it?
Main
I wrong?
Street is
Yeah.
the bar.
Main
Yeah.
What's the
Street.
one? Patrick is mad that I said that whatchamacallit sucks, and he says Josh probably hates the bar too. I wasn't a huge fan of the bar. It's just not my type of place, Patrick. It was for the athletes.
You ever
That's
go
not
to
where
puzzles?
I'm not a jock sniffer.
That's the puzzle.
That wasn't one of my kind of places.
Yeah,
Duffy's is still around.
we would always
Duffy's.
end up at like the last place we would stop before we like walk home would be
Yeah.
the bar. Because it was on the way because it was kind of separated from the rest of the bars.
What was the one that did like the kamikazes or kamikaze adjacent drinks that had the huge mirror? Remember that place?
Oh, that was
Huge
Cliffs.
Cliffs. Oh my gosh. You ever have Cliffs?
Oh, yeah, I had Cliffs.
Cliffs.
Nick, it was like alcohol, and then they poured in this sugary concoction.
It was really good. I mean, they
Wow,
had
my
like
stomach would
100
hurt.
different kamikazes, but man, it would mess you up.
Wow, what is this? Pearl Harbor?
Nice, Nick.
To be fair, Pearl Harbor was before the kamikazes.
Wow.
You know your history.
Mm.
They didn't start doing that until a little later.
See, you
Yeah,
ruined
it was desperation mode.
You had a great joke.
Yeah, you should have just stopped.
Yeah, but yeah.
No one was going to correct you.
Somebody was going to.
Amazing Daniel, maybe, but
Yeah.
you know, that's because he just loves correcting.
Some
you.
World War II dad would be like, well, actually.
Mm. Yeah, I like Cliffs. Cliffs is good stuff.
Yep. We had okay, so the Iggy's that had the frogs.
Iguanas.
Yep. And then there was the downtown. The downtown.
Where was the
which is
downtown?
right next to Iggy's.
Mm. I think I only went there a couple times.
And then that's been like 4 different things since I was
Really?
in college.
R.I.P.
Um,
Does Gen Z still go to? They still go to bars?
I mean,
Great question.
Masters Gen Z.
they all have such nice apartments now.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
You know,
How do they have nice apartments?
they exist, John.
Well, I know, but how are they affording such nice apartments?
Take out
Oh.
extra loans.
So you have student loans that they're going to pay off
Ask
until
their
they're 50.
parents
Oh.
for more money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust fund babies we got going on here.
Yeah.
They do have a lot of apartments. I mean,
There's
Dude,
so many
it's
apartments.
crazy.
the number of apartments or living
Crazy.
quarters in the downtown area has probably gone up 15-fold.
I feel like it started
Since
when,
I moved to
we
Lincoln,
were in
maybe
school.
more.
Yes, because
Downtown changed a lot.
the only nice new place like that when I was in school was called Park House, and everyone wanted to live in Park House, and that was it. There was no
Where
other
was
place.
Park House?
It was on top of like where the Chipotle is.
Okay.
It's that building. It's
I remember that.
Yeah.
I had a friend, one of my best friends.
Hey, congrats.
Who he had a friend. But so I knew the guy, but I wouldn't call him like one of my best buds or anything. But anyway, his parents owned a condo downtown because they were loaded. And so occasionally we would get to go there to pregame, and it was on O Street. You would look
beautiful.
out the window, and this place was
That's great.
oh my gosh.
Like Matt Rule.
Like Matt Rule.
Like
we were
Matt
like Matt
Rule.
Rule in
He's got that.
2011.
Living downtown in a city in your early 20s has to be the best thing in the world.
Amazing. This is so
Well,
much fun.
depends on the downtown.
It's like I lived in my early
In Lincoln,
20s.
I think it'd be solid.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Lincoln, I mean, especially with the West Haymarket, I mean, it's parking where Nick would normally park for our pregame show.
Mhm.
Nice job, producer John.
I did a
Good
great job
producer
producing.
John.
Well, that's right. You weren't there.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
wondering why
Sioux
John didn't
Falls.
give credit to you at the end of the show. He gave
'Cause I
credit
wasn't
to
there.
the producer back here. I was like, wow, he
I
just
gave
crapped
credit.
on Nick.
I gave credit to me.
Ha.
Thank
Me as
you,
the
me.
producer. But yeah, you didn't realize how much of that has changed the entire pregame vibe. I mean, and the number of people. So after our
It's way
show, I
different.
wanted to take the gear back to the car and then go back to the stadium because I didn't want to haul, the gear up to the stadium.
Smart.
And the number of people that were just content hanging out in the rail yard versus going to the game, I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff going on.
They say third largest city, whatever, in the stadium. Like if you counted all the people that were in Lincoln,
Yeah.
or maybe even just in the downtown area. I mean,
How big is it?
yeah,
How many people
because
will be in
so
Lincoln?
many people don't go to the game.
Yeah.
They're just in Lincoln.
Yeah, how many people will be in the downtown-ish area on the Michigan game day?
What-
It's gotta be like, oh man.
What are the parameters for the
At
downtown?
least it's-
area?
well, it's
Where
at
does
least-
downtown end in Lincoln? What's the
I don't know,
the
just
perimeter?
like O Street and Haymarket, and
Yeah, and then it's like start with the bottoms, and then
like campus, like
started from the bottoms?
now we're here.
I would say it's got to be over 100,000
like total.
because there's
I was
85
gonna say
in the
that-
stadium.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say you
so I was gonna say an extra 20 probably.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Because there are a lot of people. that
And
just
then there's
hang
the
out.
rest of Lincoln, which has
Many
more
people.
people.
decent population.
Mhm.
Yes, not as big, of course, as Omaha.
Dwayne says the North Bottoms are slowly gentrifying because kids don't live there nearly as much as they used to.
Is this true?
That's sad.
Well, they have all the nice apartments
God,
now.
the Bottoms were
They
such
have
a
apartments
dump.
in the Bottoms?
No. I'm saying the all the new living quarters in downtown.
You haven't seen
There's
these?
probably less people that are living in the bottom.
Those apartments, like you used to be able to
right
look
when you
out
get off the bridge
Yeah,
there?
you used to look out the back, the backyard in some of those places and see the stadium, and now it's just a building.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Huge apartments.
Yeah, it's very sad, Nick.
That would be
It's
the best of
changed.
both worlds if you could live in the Bottoms and have a nice apartment.
Yeah, because those houses back then were
Disgusting.
They are so gross.
Horrifying.
Yes,
Ours
they-
was good. Ours was a good house.
I guess maybe it depends on the people that live there.
It does.
Yeah, I mean, the people that rented there, I mean, a lot of the houses in that, I have not been, well, the last time we went through that neighborhood was when we
Last year?
walked and it was dark.
in
and
the
you couldn't-
darkness.
I think that
And those sidewalks are terrible.
So
That-
sad.
I think
Can't
that
run
part
on
of
those.
the Bottoms would benefit from a pedestrian bridge over that train track because that train track
Well,
just kind
They have
of separates it from everything.
multiple.
Well, there's the, yeah,
They
there's
I'm
do-
talking about the one next to the place. we
You're
were
just
at.
wanting a third one
Yes.
because they have them. They're just like on the other sides of the thing. So you just want like a giant bridge,
Yeah, why
the
not?
biggest bridge of walking.
Big,
Oh, like a
beautiful
bridge that
bridge.
covers like several
He wants like a
blocks?
dome
Not
that you
necess-
can walk over.
Like an ocean of
I mean,
bridge.
that would be cool, but not even necessarily that. Just where we were set up for Big Red Overreaction last year,
What a time.
you could see the other side of the street. It was just they had like 3 or 4 train tracks right there, so just build a bridge over that.
That's what we're saying. They do have bridges that go over that. It's just there on the. You
There's
have to go.
three of
You have to go to
one way or
10th
the
Street.
other way.
Put it on that side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Third bridge.
Or we could just do the post game show the next time closer to the bridge.
well, but now that all the kids aren't living there anymore,
let's just get a house. Let's rent a house next time we want to
Oh.
do bigger overreaction.
Another B&B.
Yeah, 1620 the house.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Rent a Bottoms house.
So in Sioux Falls,
When Nebraska makes a playoff game and hosts it.
okay,
let's do
we're
that.
in because the kids will be on break.
Yes. Oh, that'll be great.
so I was in,
wouldn't that be amazing? Then the student section's empty for the playoff game.
Ah!
Right.
They're not here. They're on break.
so
Sad.
we went to Sioux Falls for the bachelor trip.
Well, that's right. That's where you were this
Yes,
weekend.
and we got a B&B, and I knew nothing about it because other people had booked it.
Sure.
We get up there, then I see a sign close to where the GPS says it says open house. I'm like, how funny would it be if our B&B was the open house?
And
The house is. We pull up, and there's a big for sale sign in there.
Mhm.
And then we look at their instructions, and they say you have to be out by 11 on Sunday because there's a open
there's
house.
literally
at
an open
1
house.
on Sunday.
Dude,
Wow.
you're staying there while they're selling the house.
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
a wild move
It was crazy.
by those sellers.
And they're
So-
like, just put the laundry in the laundry room. I'm
That's
like,
some
I
last
guess-
minute cleaning that I would not
Yeah.
want to
Oh,
do.
yeah, exactly.
There were like 9 of us in this house.
I was going to say a
too.
bunch of stinky boys.
No, it was stinky boys and nice smelling women.
Well, that's right. You did the joint
there's
thing.
women.
It was fine.
Remember, he did the joint bachelor, bachelorette.
So
So there
it
was
was-
an
did we
orgy going on in there?
No, it wasn't an orgy. There was a finished basement, then there was the main level, and then the upstairs.
Have we-
All of us were in the finished
Can you
basement.
imagine the poor
all the
person that
guys.
walked in, the first few folks from the open house, and they're like,
Oh no, John, don't say it.
it smells like there was an orgy.
There wasn't an orgy, John, but there was a delicious breakfast of waffles and bacon before we left.
Have we appropriately accosted you about this yet?
no, that we have not.
Do we need to?
'Cause we forgot about
since
it.
it's happened.
Yeah, this is pretty wild.
What are
man.
we accosting that they
That he's
did?
doing a joint
Bachelor
party.
Oh,
This is a time
Yeah.
to get with your best buds and tell stories and make memories.
That's what we did.
Debauchery.
We did
Yeah.
that.
But there were women there.
No, so like I said, the finished basement area, that's where the dudes were. So Friday night is when the girls did their thing, like their games and stuff, and the boys, we did our thing, like drinking and scotch and talking about. We played Magic the Gathering. It was awesome. And then Saturday,
Damn
I know.
it, Nick. Damn it.
Saturday is when we.
What did you do when it wasn't your night
Oh.
for the upstairs? Or what are you saying?
No, it was just the Friday night
Ah.
when the girls did their thing and the boys did our thing.
So what did you do on
Boys were
Saturday?
downstairs. Saturday we did a hike. All of us did a hike. That was awesome. Love a hike. We played disc golf, and then we had a reservation at this nice restaurant downtown. And
For
then we went to the
everybody?
Falls. Yeah.
Mm.
Then we went to the falls. We came
You
back
know-
and we played games.
Back in my day, bachelor parties, when we said we were going to use the sword of Zanzibar on someone, it had nothing to do with Magic the Gathering.
Nice.
Stibbs writes, I think I hate Nick.
Stibbs,
Kevin
you've known
says
you hated
dork.
Excellent point, Nick.
me. A bachelor party should be about hanging out with your guys, doing things that you all enjoy.
It can be whatever
Well,
you'd like it
yeah,
to be. Nick.
that's what it was.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. It was great. I loved it. I gave my bachelor or my groomsmen their gifts.
What'd you give him?
Watch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shout out to Nick.
I gave him an extra power pill they could use in our next game of Magic the Gathering.
You can't use pills in Magic the Gathering, John. That's performance enhancing. You want to be a cheater at Magic?
Hey, here we go. Some nice comments. Nick Travis writes, I'm glad Nick had fun, but good Lord.
Thank you.
And Odson writes, I'm happy if Nick is happy. You know what, Nick, that's all that matters.
Great job,
we will
Nick.
make fun of you,
Who-
but as long as you're happy, that
Well, I'm going to dig myself deeper. I have a dinosaur deck.
I don't know.
They're
what
all
that-
dinosaurs.
Don't know what that means.
All the creatures, they're dinosaurs. And then there's one card in there called Meteor because I thought it was funny.
like big meteor.
Yeah.
John?
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Jeff writes, playing Magic and disc golf at a bachelor party. Don't get too crazy, Nick.
What was the best part?
About The Bachelor?
I
thing?
mentioned the bisque.
I got to show my friends the falls because none of them have seen Sioux Falls before.
Uh-huh.
I really like that. I like sharing that experience with the boys.
All right.
I like the falls.
Awesome.
Also drank a lot of scotch.
Hey, that's
One of my
fun.
friends bought an expensive bottle of scotch that I
Can't
like.
read Sinlar's comment.
Yeah, you can't read that one.
Kind of did sound like that.
He said deck.
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 As in a deck of cards.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Thank you. All right. I think that's
We had
all
a
we
great
need to say.
time. It was awesome.
Okay. Well,
Venmo Chris writes, I've been to multiple bachelor parties where we played Magic the Gathering. It's a good time. Stop hating on my boy.
Wait, what?
It's not about that.
There you go, Nick.
We also did a draft. It was awesome. We played
What kind of
Commander.
draft?
Then draft of you get a big box of like
Like the
full of
unsportsmanlike
booster-
conduct segment?
Sorta.
Hmm.
You get a big box full of booster packs, and then you all just rip it and then pass it to the left, and then you build a deck out of that and then you play it.
It's like Secret Santa.
Extra power pill.
that was very funny, John. Nick, I am happy that you had fun.
Is
Thank
just covering his mouth.
just you do you.
And then
You do you.
On Sunday morning before breakfast, my fiance and I watched the F1 race. It was awesome.
Oh, it's amazing.
Colin writes, Happy New Year.
No.
We love saying
No.
Happy New Year.
We don't need these segments anymore.
What did you have for dinner? What'd you have for? Did you were you interested in some Vietnamese soup?
Ah,
Ah!
Did you take a trip to the pho?
I'm afraid
King?
again.
it
I'm
is funny you
afraid
said
again.
that because so we ate at like this. It was like this Mexican gastropub kind of vibe. It was really good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Mexican gastropub.
They made all of their tortillas with like the colored like corn, like the maize and stuff.
Nick, you got me there.
It was good. I had a pork belly tacos. It was delicious. And it came with mango habanero sauce, and the guy handed it to me. He's like, "Now be careful. That's pretty spicy." I'm like, "It's mango habanero sauce." Yes, I know.
And you're in Sioux Falls.
yeah.
Mm.
He said
Has
the
anything
sal-
ever been spicy in Sioux Falls?
Poll
said-
question.
Yes, good question.
He said the salsa was spicy too, and it was definitely not.
Baymon writes, so remind me again why John and Josh did not go. Yeah, where were John and Josh for this bachelor party,
Friends.
Nick?
At the football
You weren't
game?
my groomsmen.
Great friends.
You guys aren't my groomsmen.
Interesting.
This is for the groomsmen and the bridesmaid.
Are you making your groomsmen dress up as characters from Magic the Gathering?
Oh, Nick, great idea.
No, but I think some of them would be down to.
I didn't realize it was
I
Magic
think you should.
Colon the Gathering.
I think you
Yes.
should just go all in and have them do it.
Magic wedding.
Magic wedding.
Would they all look like they just broke into a Renaissance fair? Or?
Probably.
Yeah.
I know that Paige would hate it though.
Oh, she doesn't like Magic. So I'm guessing the girls didn't play Magic.
No,
the
I
Gathering.
said that was split. The guys
Yeah,
were
that's what I'm
downstairs
saying,
playing
but-
Magic. The girls were on the main level doing other things. I don't know.
What were they doing?
I don't know.
They probably had male strippers and everything. You know, like a
Actual
real
bachelorette
bachelorette
The
party.
balloons.
Meanwhile, the guys were downstairs going, "What am I going to do? I'm going to cast it on you.
John's nerd voice is so funny.
It is
I'm
really
going
good.
to turn you into a newt."
I like the nerd movement as well.
I am so excited to go to this wedding. This is going to be quite the experience to see all these people
This will be
together.
great.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
You know, all my friends look like very normal people.
Yeah,
Are they?
Yes.
Are
I can tell. I agree.
They're all just normal dudes.
Okay. I guess that'll be.
Stib says topless pillow fights were going on upstairs while the boys were trading dragon cards.
I had dinosaurs, not dragons.
Yeah, Stibbs. Wow. Incredible. What a weekend.
It was great.
What a weekend.
Big
it was.
fan.
What a weekend.
Scotch and magic. That's all you really need. Scotch and magic with the boys.
I'm a bourbon guy, but scotch is solid.
Bourbon's a close second for me.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, indeed.
How was Chicago?
Great. I went to I
Jersey
Googled-
Mike's?
No. I Googled Speakeasy Evanston after the game because I'd had a restaurant recommended to me by the sideline reporter who went to Northwestern, and it was closed. It closed at 9 o'clock on a
speakeasy was closed.
No. A restaurant was like
Oh.
a steakhouse. It closed at 9 because I was like, I just want a really good old fashioned tonight. And so I Googled best speakeasy Evanston. So I went to this random spot, ordered old fashioned, maybe the best I've ever had at a restaurant. The board had a margarita written on it. I'm usually not a margarita unless I'm at a Mexican place. I was like, hey, how's the margarita? He says, pretty good. I says, is it tart or is it sweet? He said, it's tart. And I said, all right, sign me up. And it was awesome. And I did a plate of fries. That is what I wanted for my birthday.
And a plate of fries.
I was like, I want a plate of fries. And they were great.
Good job by you, Josh.
Yeah, I was really happy.
That's how you spent your 30-something birthday.
After watching Northwestern absolutely rock Western Illinois.
And was it great?
Yeah, I mean,
Was it a great day?
Yeah, I got to watch football.
How many dudes did you see through binoculars?
Hundreds.
Nice.
Yeah, lots of dudes.
Happy belated birthday, by the
Thank
way.
you, Nick. It was a great time. Baymont says no wings. What the hell? I had wings on Thursday. Look, by the time I left, I mean, it was late. The game was at 6:30. I didn't get out of the stadium until after 10. So
Missed a hell of an NFL game, though.
And
I
you
watched
came
the
back?
highlights that night.
And
Yeah.
you came back and did Big Red
And I
overreaction.
came back and I did Big Red overreaction.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What a weekend.
Yeah, it was pretty tight.
Huh.
Got to hang out with Matt.
I missed all the Chiefs game too because I was
Soccering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kick.
Oh,
I
lots of
nearly
fun.
missed the Chiefs game because some guy decided to burn his truck down on the interstate.
What?
Oh,
What?
my God.
Amazing. What a time.
Yeah, someone at the Greenwood exit, his truck caught on fire. I could see the smoke, coming off the hill at the rest stop there at the top of the hill. I could see the smoke, and my little phone app was saying, "Hey, traffic's going to be backed up." Blah blah blah. It was backed up. But the dumb thing about this was, so this truck catches fire.
Yeah.
Somebody's listening to us.
Instead of pulling the truck off because he was at the interchange, it was literally at the Greenwood exit.
Okay.
Instead of pulling the truck off to the exit, he went past the exit and basically parked it under the overpass.
That's not good.
And for that reason, traffic was backed up for miles and
So what time did
miles.
you get home?
It was after 8.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Just what
Yeah,
you
we
want
were
on
just
a Friday.
we were just sitting there. And then you had the
NFL games
Jags
going on.
Yeah, I ended up listening to the whole first quarter from Mitch.
Mitch Holtis.
But then you get the impatient Jags who think they're more important than the rest of the world, who are starting to pull out and drive on the shoulder
Oh yeah.
and pass people. And
That's
That
illegal.
pisses me off.
By the
so
way,
much.
Illegal.
kudos to all of my driving brethren who refused to let any of them in.
Awesome.
And so a couple of them drove into the median and just went back the other way on the interstate.
Oh my gosh.
And one poor guy who was sitting next to me, no one let him in. I never know when he got in.
Good. Good
But-
job, Josh.
but-
That's illegal.
When we were going to Chicago, there was a semi on the shoulder in gridlock traffic. Semi just barreled down the
Now
shoulder.
that is way dangerous. That's even more
terrifying.
dangerous than the
Yeah.
other thing.
I counted like 6 or 7 cars just barreling down the shoulder in gridlock. There was this big guy in a big jacked up truck ahead of us,
Yeah.
who intentionally went into the shoulder to try to stop somebody, but they were just going to hit him.
See,
so we had
that's
to
a
get
bad
away.
move too.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I've seen people try to do that before. Not good.
Not good at all.
Otson says Mitch's call worked perfectly on 1180, by the way.
It did.
That's
Sounded good.
great to hear.
I am so glad that worked.
Why was there a concern?
A little bit.
Why?
It's not normally on 1180, but we had to fiddle some things around to do
What was
it
on 1290?
1180.
High school football. No, high school football.
It
was
would have
on-
been Storm Chasers.
Okay. Because
Storm
high school
Chasers
football's
were
on
over
the
there,
zone.
and we had high school football here.
Yeah.
How did that go?
I don't know.
I forgot to ask Matt about that on Saturday.
No. Matt didn't do that game.
Oh, I
Matt
thought he was.
Matt was like wrestling or something.
He was wrestling?
What the hell?
Yeah, don't you? Yeah, Matt,
Wrestling?
Yeah, he was like a wrestling promoter for a night.
Oh, you haven't seen this?
yeah.
No.
I wish I knew where I
Is it
found.
on
where-
Twitter? Is there a photo?
There was a video.
Was he wearing a singlet?
No, he was a manager.
What?
He was wearing a Cubs jacket,
I'm a man.
and he brought a chair into the ring. And it, yeah.
I haven't seen this
Yeah.
either. I just knew that it happened. So, but by the way, the game that Schreiner did though, it was
Yeah.
65-0.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure
Gross.
because he did Millard South, and whoever they
Oh.
play are going to get wrecked this entire year.
Oh.
So it was Millard West. Yeah,
I think it was Millard South, Millard West.
Yeah, that's crazy. Millard West was good at one point.
yeah, but Millard South is like a wagon
They're like one of the goats, right?
goat.
That we've ever had.
probably.
People are saying. Wow.
And their quarterback is committed to Alabama.
That's true.
Otson says John did the solo game, did great. Matt was in fact wrestling. What on earth?
Matt was wrestling. And
I'm
then-
sure. I'm sure McMaster maybe retweeted it.
Yeah.
There was video. I saw it last night. It was in the For You tab.
Wow. He didn't bring this
Wow.
up to me earlier. He
Yeah.
usually likes to talk about his weekend.
Spent so many hours talking to him this weekend. I didn't
Wow.
hear about it either.
Do you feel betrayed?
A little bit. It's
We
okay,
talked
though.
about wrestling on Big Red Overreaction.
We talked about Northwestern and how he was excited about one of the developments from their game on Friday,
What the
but he didn't
hell?
watch a second of it.
What the hell?
Yeah, indeed.
It's got so many
They
takes.
still suck.
Yeah. Oh, John.
I mean, what
Nebraska better wipe the floor with this team because their running back got hurt. He's out for the year.
And yet they still crushed old Western Illinois.
John, Western Illinois.
What if their backup
Rough.
running back turns out to be the linchpin and is actually really good?
Well,
and carries them.
he did have some takes. Matt had some takes on the backups being good.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
It's Northwestern. They stink.
And they're going to be big noon this week.
Yeah. Maybe we can find out what Farron thinks
Oregon?
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you back out there?
No, I'm going to Indiana this weekend to watch them play Indiana State.
Oh boy,
Oh.
another quality opponent.
In-state rivalry.
You-
baby.
hey,
Way to
pull
go
a-
there, Cream Puff Kurt.
Pull a Jalen Carter and go like this to Signetti.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm sad. I was going to go see a movie on Friday morning to kill time
Mhm.
because the game's not till 7:30, in the Eastern time zone. The movie theater doesn't have the movie until 4:30. Like, well, I can't go see the movie then.
No matinees?
No.
Oh.
There's
mean, it's-
one movie theater in Bloomington.
I mean, it's Bloomington for crying out loud.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
How do you get to Bloomington?
Fly into Indianapolis and then you drive an hour.
Yikes.
Yeah. Travel Thursday is going to be long because I'm leaving after the show.
Well,
And
why
I'm not
not-
getting in there until midnight. So I won't pull in the hotel until 1.
Is there a suburban Indianapolis movie theater that carries your movie at the right time?
So,
Like, you can-
so you're
you
saying
can-
like go an hour
Go
up?
back
I
to
mean, if you
Indianapolis.
really want to see the movie.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I do get gas covered, but man, that would be quite the day.
Yeah.
I'd be a little worried. Like even Friday, I was a little worried. Like I'm traveling in the morning for a football game that night. I just wanted to get into the air.
Mhm.
And then once I got in the air, I was okay.
Hmm.
I was a little stressed.
Stress boy.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Oh,
Happy New Year.
That's right.
Happy New Year.
Who knew? What did you do this weekend could be a happy new year.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sindelar, this one I can read,
Oh, awesome.
puts a nice bow on the whole thing. So we had Josh looking at dudes through binoculars,
Yeah.
Nick playing with his dinosaur deck, and McMaster was wrestling people.
That's right.
Yep.
John was doing normal thing. Well, John was stuck in traffic.
I was stuck in traffic.
and I was
Wow.
calling multiple soccer games.
Wow. I'm calling one on Wednesday.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
They're
what I can.
good. Hey, Oktoberfest was a hoot.
Did you get a mug?
I did.
Nice.
Good.
It's the best part about doing Socktoberfest is you get a mug.
Did you get a sock?
No socks.
That'd be a
Wow.
fun bit.
I brought my own.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
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 Hmm.
All right. There's
Okay.
your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. We've got a Grum. It's a Monday. It's a normal Monday
Wow.
because we have stuff to react to.
The NFL.
All of it here on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's new.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to it.
Okay, so that was new when you were here.
Yeah.
Dude, it's very firm.
Wait, what's new?
Well, but
The
this,
arm.
this part's
Oh.
loose. This part's loose.
Yes, I noticed that
But the rest of it's very firm.
It's very firm.
Nice.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Speaking of firm.
No, we're not going to talk about Nick's bachelor party.
No.
Lick.
Furman squishy. What's the segment called? Furman
Soft.
Furman soft.
Furman soft.
Squish. Can we change it to Furman Squishy?
Firm and squishy. What are you squishy on, John? I got some things I'm firm on,
I'm trying not to be squishy on anything.
and I'm not talking about Todd. Get it? Firm on.
Oh, nice.
Well,
Furman.
welcome everyone to the Grum in a brand new week. Brought to you
Cool.
by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
On a Monday.
Lots of stuff to get to today, but of course, we're counting down to Houston Christian. What a week it's going to be.
Man, I'm
No, we're
telling you.
counting down to Michigan right now, Nick. This is a 2-week
Yeah.
So
preamble to the Michigan game.
we're finally at a time of the year where every baseball game starts to matter,
Mhm.
and you're counting down to Houston Christian.
Hell yeah, I am.
But I'm not.
John's not. No, you are counting down to Big Red Overreaction, which comes your way this Saturday. It's John and Matt McMaster. Wow, what a show that'll be. How'd they rope you into this one? I thought on days you're doing pregame shows, you were out.
Because I'm a team player and I'm nice, and Odson was having problems finding people for that show. I said, if you need me, I'll do it.
Speaking of team
Because
players.
if anything, it keeps me from having to be in the stadium to watch that debacle.
Speaking of team players, guess what I did this morning? I texted Odson and said, give me the Michigan game. I want to do overreaction.
Oh, great. So we're going to have a Michigan honk.
Baton!
on-
Oh, great point. I didn't think about that.
We're going to have a damn
absolutely
Michigan
thought
honk.
about
No, I swear to God,
Yeah,
I did.
You did.
Now, I am doing the 24/7 hype cast because Shafe asked me, what do you want to do? And I said, hell yeah, I want Michigan, baby. Because I always want the Michigan game. Marta Baton,
Don't
give
give him
me
no,
the
no,
baton.
No, this is not the martyr baton.
Martyr
This
baton.
is to promulgate Michigan propaganda
No, you're
upon
right.
the masses.
This is the perv. This is the perv baton.
Nice. No, you know who deserves the Marta Baton? It's actually Matt. He's doing every overreaction this month.
He is.
Every overreaction in the first month he's doing. And him and I are doing the Minnesota one. So he's doing 5 of the first 6 games.
All he did was inherit the Handley
He did
chunk.
the Hanley chunk, but now the chunk is the whole season. He doesn't get to use UNO hockey as an excuse later on in the year.
This is the McMaster Minute.
No, isn't that his podcast?
No, that's
Probably.
Take 5.
Take 5, a great podcast.
Let's get your Grum down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. There's my
What
new man,
on
Nate Landman. Oh, he
Wait,
was so
You have a
good.
guy named Landman?
Yes,
like
it's
the TV
great.
show?
Yes, it's great.
This
It's one
is-
of my favorite TV shows, and now he's my new favorite Rams linebacker.
This is totally John
Are you
coded.
going to get a Landman jersey, John?
John doesn't buy jerseys anymore.
Yeah, but
in his
if I
50s.
did, I would get a Landman jersey.
Mm.
Do we have anything to complain about?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, Nick does.
With Nebraska?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
We will
I mean,
try to
actually,
find
yeah,
something.
kinda.
We will try to find something because
I have
it is
multiple
firm and
things.
soft.
I have multiple things.
I do have one thing, and I think my one thing is similar to one of your things.
I have 3 firms and 2 softs. 3 firms, 2 softs.
I try to balance my firm and my soft. We'll listen to what the Matt says.
McMaster?
No, the other Matt,
I
the one who talks a lot,
have an opinion. McMaster?
the one who talks even more.
I have an opinion from this press conference. There was something that actually stood out to me to the point because I was listening while I was doing some stuff, and I went over to my computer and I typed some notes.
I think I have a take too.
Wow, you just have takes about
I have a
everything
lot
these
of
days,
takes.
apparently.
Mitch Sherman, who was at said press conference, is joining us as he does on Mondays from The Athletic.
Nice
I don't have a
take.
take about Mitch. I think he's a nice guy. I guess that's a take.
It's a Michael Severe Monday, and starting something new with Michael.
We are?
Well, it's a carryover from our pregame show. So at the end of 1620, the pregame, Michael and I pick 3 picks to click. We draft them.
Okay.
And it's our job to vote on if that player clicked.
Oh, that's fun.
So you're going to help us decide whether or not our 3 choices clicked or
Okay.
not.
Wow.
Also,
in the game.
we have to make a correction when Michael comes on about this week's movie club pick.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, no one corrected.
Well, to be fair, Nick and I were gone.
Yeah.
Well, I was
But you
gone.
have the document. Don't
No,
you
but
have-
I was gone.
Also,
the
John,
first time we did it. You
The
mean?
first time
Yeah.
we did it, Michael was filling in for
Michael
me.
picked a movie that he has already picked
Yes.
in the movie club.
Right.
John, there's also this really cool resource on our YouTube channel where we have a playlist of a bunch of
I
movie club
don't
things that
have
we've
time to go back through all
You do
of that.
have the document, though.
I do have the document, but I trust that Michael would pick a movie he'd
That's
already
wild.
picked a year earlier.
I feel bad because Michael often laments that he can't remember as well as he used to.
Oof.
So this is actually probably going to upset him that he forgot that he had
well,
already picked.
he's fine.
Okay.
The big quarterbacks looks like the old are greater than the new.
Older, greater than the new.
Yeah, the existing dudes are greater than the newbies.
Oh, it turns out a year 7 quarterback is better than a freshman.
Is this a college or an NFL take?
This is
Big
B1G.
I just thought you said the big quarterback.
B1G.
I didn't look at it. So I
Oh,
thought when he
yeah,
said it, you were thinking
big.
like Josh Allen.
Whip out your binoculars,
Big.
Josh.
Yeah.
I know. I was reading a tweet.
NFL yesterday, Bills rally, Packers statement, and A-Rod wins his debut, among other things.
The Dolphins
and
are garbage.
Nate Landman.
But Nick, that graphic was tight.
It was a really cool graphic.
They use Canva.
Sark doesn't want to watch you going potty.
Do we have the video?
We do.
Oh,
Let's go. Have you seen
I don't
this?
know.
Have you heard about
no,
this?
I have not.
Nick, get ready to take photos of
Too
your
busy
face.
playing Magic all
If
weekend.
you have ever walked about the face of the earth worried that there's someone out there, some weirdo peeping Tom that wants to watch you go to the bathroom, you can now eliminate one person
No,
on the face of the
Nick!
earth from that list.
it's not me.
And
Really?
that would be Steve Sarkisian. We'll explain coming up. And the blood moon means we're going to war.
Dude, it seemed like he was about to explain what the blood moon.
He did.
Well, beyond that, it seemed because
He went into it a lot more than I ever expected. I did
'Cause-
not have blood moon on my Matt Rule bingo card.
But did you
today.
notice he didn't allow anyone to ask about it because the answer is they're wearing all red uniforms on Saturday. That's the
Oh.
theory. The theory. There's been this weird scuttlebutt from people
the blood clots are back.
that because
Cool.
they're wearing the all black uniforms against USC, but they're also going to wear the all reds and the all whites this year too.
Why are
And
they
so-
calling it the blood moon though? When the game's at 11.
It is. I mean, there's still moons.
And
That's
among
the grum down.
that's the grum down, if that wasn't confusing enough.
Mhm.
402-951-1620 is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Toy.
The Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, and the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Hit us up at USC 1620. And a reminder that today,
Yeah.
if you are a subscriber to 1620 the email, you've already got access to the first week of picks in the all new for 2025 4-quarter pick'em. That's right, 4-quarter pick'em is back,
folks.
And having access to 1620 the email means you get the picks earlier. And if you make your picks earlier, that ends up being the tiebreaker. We're giving away $250 a week.
Whoa.
If you are the winner. And at the end of the season, someone's winning $2,500 grand prize.
What?
Yeah.
That is a
Yeah.
prize. So wait,
Yeah.
you're saying if I subscribe to 1620 the email,
Yeah.
I have a chance to win.
You can make your picks right now.
Whoa. Wow, I'd feel like a big idiot.
Because
if I
for the
didn't
rest of
subscribe.
the world, it goes up live on the website tomorrow morning. But the tiebreaker, because, we're picking 10 games, straight up, no spread, just picking 10 games.
Yeah.
And there's inevitably with hundreds of thousands of listeners who will participate
Millions,
that
maybe.
will have ties.
Yeah.
Well, the tiebreaker is
First.
whose picks got in first. Thus, the advantage of making your picks early and thus the advantage of subscribing to 1620 the email, which you can do at 1620thezone.
And you might as well do it now because the email already went out this morning. So if you subscribe now, you'll be ready for next week.
Nice. So the Rick Pitino tiebreaker of the week kind of is what we're aiming for.
Yep.
Here, right? This is exciting.
Yep.
This is exciting. An email from John. John writes, is Nick going to complain about the Iowa quarterback?
He's bad.
Ass and more ass. Whoa.
No, that's A&M. He's just ass.
Stinky. Garbage. Remember when everyone said he was going to be good, John? And I made a joke about him in practice and you defended him. Do you want to keep defending him now? Because he the snaps were going over his head and you're like, whoa.
Well, that's not his fault if the snaps are going over his head.
Yeah, but then he threw an interception.
This wasn't a very good football weekend.
He didn't throw any interceptions.
That's true. Great job.
No, he did throw an interception.
Never mind.
He did throw an interception.
He sucks.
I mean,
Gronowski, bad.
The Cyclones won, I guess, but
yeah, congrats to Nick. He just gets to play both sides of the fence.
I'm a Cyhawk. I like him for different reasons.
That is such a freaky. I met so many people this weekend. You know, I mentioned the place that I went to have my my fries and my 2 drinks. So there was this couple. I found out to be a couple that are about to get married, and they're talking about their fantasy league. And so I asked her, I say, "Who's your team?" And she says, "The Packers." And I'm like, "Oh, I hate your guts right now." Then she goes, "I say, yeah, I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm very sad." And she goes, "Oh, I love your owner." And I say,
"We all do."
And then I go, "My wife's an Eagles fan." She goes, "Oh, that's my second favorite team." And I said, "Second favorite team?" And then her husband, soon to be husband, comes over. "Yeah, they're my second favorite team." Well, you're monsters. Pick a team and stop having second favorite team.
Or hear me out.
Idiots.
It's
They were very
okay
nice,
to
though.
like multiple sports teams.
No.
You can just do that.
No,
There's
not in the
nothing
NFL.
stopping you.
There is jail,
Is it?
prison. Could be jail. Could be Nick.
Okay.
Could
Maybe,
be. Can't
maybe.
root for rivals. That's stupid.
I like the Cyclones because Big 12 football is fun
Yeah, and why do you like Iowa?
because I like their defense.
Wow,
They do
you
have good
literally
defense.
both sides.
Yeah.
I like the exciting offense, but also the really good
Yeah,
defense.
it would be cool if there was a team that just did both of that.
There are. Last year it was called the Philadelphia Eagles. College
don't-
football, it was the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I don't like Ohio State.
Well,
That's
anyway,
right.
folks,
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed your football weekend, especially if you're an NFL fan.
Great to watch.
It
God,
is.
it's just so good to have it back.
So many good games this week.
The
So
best.
many good games.
I wasn't in a position to watch them, but I was looking at a lot of box scores this weekend.
Awesome.
Guys, I think 2 is cooked.
The whole organization might be cooked.
Yeah, congrats to the Colts. Well, we'll have
I
more
told
of our
you I had a
NFL takes
tingle.
coming up.
I had a
You
tingle.
did have a tingle. I made fun of you. You're right. Nick knows ball.
Mm.
Also, I had in my pick'em, I had the Ravens minus half of a point, and for 3 hours I was like, "Wow, this is awesome!" Like I didn't sweat the game at all, and I was enjoying it too. It was like a fun game, and then at the end I'm like, "Wow, I'm about to lose this." No, I
Yeah.
wasn't mad though because it was just so fun. But I was like, "Wow, this is." I was gonna go 4-2 on the weekend, and then I went 3-3.
How
That was
can
a
you make?
bummer.
I mean,
Mm.
Henry nearly goes for 200 yards, but yet that won't be the thing we remember.
No.
It will be the fumble that started the whole rally.
Dude, he averaged, what was the stat?
He was averaging over 10 yards a carry.
And I believe Lamar Jackson also finished averaging over 10 yards a carry.
Yeah, I believe so.
So Lamar averaged 11 yards a pass attempt,
Yeah.
209 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Derrick Henry averaged 9.4 yards a carry. Lamar averaged 11.7 yards per carry.
And
This-
they lost.
This has to be, there was the graphic, of course, of the win probability, and then it just crashes
Yeah.
down. I would venture to guess there has never been a team that has rushed for more than 200 yards on
Mhm.
8.2 yards a carry,
Mhm.
who had 3 rushing touchdowns, where the top 2 guys rushed for 9.4 and 11.7 yards per carry, where the quarterback throws 2 touchdowns, no picks on 11 yards per attempt,
Mhm.
and then lost.
And yeah.
This has to be the first in the
Oh, it has
history
to
of
be.
the NFL.
It has to be.
Wild. What a game. What a football game.
Yeah.
Josh
and-
Allen, awesome too.
And the best part is the kicker was brand new, for it had never played with the Bills before.
And then it ends on a fire drill.
And it ends on a fire
Dude,
drill.
right when they snap it and take the knee, and then the crowd is just like, "Okay, please hurry." Like everyone was just so nervous that he wasn't going to get there in time.
Well,
Good times, man.
that's why it would have been. And I know it's all happening in the moment, but if Baltimore waited a few more seconds
Call the timeout.
to take the timeout, now what would have ended up
Mhm.
happening was the Bills would have kicked it or grounded it, or whatever.
Run around a little bit and throw
Right.
it in the air.
And so, but it would have given the Ravens a few seconds on the other side.
Mhm.
Right, because they wouldn't have tried to fire if there was less than 20 seconds left on the clock. They wouldn't have tried the fire drill, I don't think.
Correct.
Or if they thought there was 20 seconds on the fire drill, but they executed it perfectly.
Yeah,
and yeah, it was a fun game to watch.
It really was a perfect way to end the weekend.
It's not over yet.
That's true.
Vikings and Bears. It's right there on that big new TV we've got. It says it right there. Vikings at Bears. You know we're due for a real stinker.
Look at the turf. It's game 1 and it's September in Chicago. The grass looks like garbage at Soldier Field.
Does it look like it looked fine when I was there for the show? I touched the grass.
I bet Nick ruined it. Look, the concert ruined the turf.
Well, they had it covered.
It looks horrible.
It doesn't look great.
You follow my brother. Go look at my brother's. He quoted it. Yeah. It looks like garbage. You can see the lines of like where they had to lay it down. Nick, I think
why would they hold a concert right before the season?
It's a great question.
That is stupid.
Because My Chemical Romance is incredible.
I'm
glad they did.
It doesn't matter. Well, then they could have done it. Do it at the White Sox park. Ain't no one playing there that anyone cares about.
The White Sox. There was the series happening at that time. That's
well,
why
you scheduled. I don't care. Scheduled for somewhere.
Then they couldn't go to Wrigley because there were shows happening at Wrigley too.
Well, that's because Wrigley is sacred ground. We don't need that.
There were shows happening at Wrigley?
There was a show at every major venue in Chicago that weekend, and I don't know why.
Even a White Sox game.
Well, the Yankees were there, so
even a White Sox game.
And even a White Sox game.
Well, we can look forward to that. It may not be a good game, but at least we can watch people blow their knees out on Chicago's crappy turf.
God, I can't wait to watch it.
402-951-1620. We mentioned it, Prairie Flower Casino. Just make sure if you're not going to 1620thezone.com on a daily basis, there's so many things you can win there, so many things you can do. Just make it part of your daily routine because you don't want to miss out because you might win something.
Correct.
Really, really cool. Speaking of winning something, we also have Vala's pumpkin patch passes to win today.
Gosh, are we just the best show of all time or what?
Yeah. We'll have a drop for you a little bit later on. It has something to do with firm and soft.
Awesome.
But when we come back,
we got to break it down.
Can we find anything to complain about? What did we learn
Typical
from Saturday?
media.
I have a take.
Okay.
What did we learn from Saturday?
Find out
on 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixings. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
Well, perhaps the irony of ironies is when someone wondered aloud on this program last week, if not someone on this show, but one of the friends of the Grum offered the idea of, could Nebraska break the record for biggest margin of victory at Memorial Stadium? And we said, yeah, it's probably not going to happen.
Shout out to listener Sam.
Probably not going to happen. And then they went out and won 68-0.
They tied the record that was set in 1982 against New Mexico State.
Correct.
Wow.
As Joe Moorhead said to only Kent Wolgamott,
shout out.
That was an ass kicking of epic proportions.
And it was.
And it was.
It was indeed.
I just kept, whenever I check in on the score, I just thought of that Simpsons scene. Stop, he's already dead.
They were dead. They were dead for the whole second half. The end of the second quarter, because they farted around a little bit at the end of the first, right? They fumble it. They get stopped on the Heine push, which, by the way, I'm surprised it hasn't taken off a little bit more.
The Heine push?
The Heine push, because they're pushing his butt.
Well,
because they call it the tush push. It's the Heine push.
I just hope they don't get away from doing it. I still think it works. I mean, it did work 3 times against Cincinnati.
My wife pointed out that why have Dylan out there if he's not going to help, because he was just standing back there. One of the reasons that the tush push works is because the players that are behind Jalen Hurts are always pushing him as well. And so I don't know if you saw, but Dylan's just chilling.
I suppose they're trying to set it up for maybe a trick play down the road or something.
Maybe he takes it and snaps it and throws it back to Dylan. But
yeah.
But either way, they're farting around a little bit, and you're like, oh, wow, this is just going to be kind of one of those games. And then they scored, and they scored, and they scored, and then they went to halftime, and then they scored, and they scored, and they scored, and they scored, and they scored. Last night, or on Saturday night, Nebraska, on the non-kneel down drive to end the first half, and then the drive that ended the game. So if you remove those drives, Nebraska picked up 97.3% of available yards. There were 710 available yards. And so what that means is if you start at your own 20, you have 80 available yards. So if you go down and score a tutty, you pick up 100% of them. So because of the drive ended at the 1, and at the 17, and that was the one they got their lone field goal, they only missed out on 19 available yards on those drives. 97.3%. I poked around and I looked. Idaho State, 12 years or 13 years ago, they had multiple punts in that game, so they didn't get anywhere close. The Iowa State game in 1997, because that's the most points that I can remember in my lifetime, them scoring 77.
Well, that's the most in Memorial Stadium.
They punted multiple times in that game, so they also were not going to do that. This is, again, you have to remove 2 drives, and so, in the end, it probably will not actually be the most available yards, but it's in all seriousness, it's like the most available yards that the offense has ever picked up. At least since I've been watching them. It was a destruction. And Matt Rule talked about it today. It seemed like they wanted that. They wanted a game where they just ran a team off the field.
And that's and I was kind of, as I was watching, wondering if there was not just a statement within the house, but a statement outside the house. Because as much as sometimes people say, well, we don't pay attention to what's being said outside. They pay attention to what's being said outside. And if they're not paying attention, someone that is close to them is paying attention. And then they say, hey, honey, did you hear about what so-and-so wrote? Or did you hear about what so-and-so said?
Hear about that Omaha radio guy said when he did that segment last week about Holgo the no-co. Maybe, allegedly.
Holgo the no-go.
My bad. Yeah. Whoever that person was.
Holgo the oh no.
But maybe that there was this, and I get what Matt Rule is trying to do. He wants that killer instinct, and you can't just build killer instinct in games of consequence.
Correct.
It has to be an every time thing, not a sometimes thing. Having the killer instinct against Michigan can only be possible as if you have it against Akron. So I understand where he's coming from, but I do wonder if there was a little bit of other external motivation to say, folks have been kind of questioning whether or not we play with our food a little bit in these games, or, we
can't get big plays.
We can't get big plays. I mean, they got big plays. They got more big plays than they've gotten in years.
Got one on their first score of the whole game.
It very did.
Emmett Johnson, who we thought, he's a good running back, finally breaks a long one.
Yeah. The pass game, multiple long passes,
multiple
whether it's
shots,
whether
yes.
it's in space, getting the ball, having space to run, or in the air where it's just a straight up air yards
Right.
touchdown. Like they had multiple versions of that. And
Mhm.
that was when he said that was the first time that I can remember Matt Rule in the 2 years plus 2 games of him doing this, where he talked that way, because he has often been it's going to be close. We're
Mhm.
always going to be in close games. This is how college football
Mhm.
is. And I like that a team, and I'll hit on this in a little bit more, but a team that we have asked of them, can you just go out and beat someone, like this? They did it. They finally did it. And so that's why, there's no criticism for me on that end. I loved what I saw from them in that regard, where they wanted to run them out the building and they ran them out the building. That quote that he had about, we want them to not want to play us anymore, that was interesting. I've never heard him talk like that before.
Well, as you mentioned that, we might as well get to some of that audio. There was a lot of commentary today about just how much they wanted a killer instinct. And here is the quote from today's press conference from Matt Rule.
What I was pleased at, I went after them at halftime. I freaking lost it in the locker room. I was pissed that we let them drive the ball down right before the half and almost make a field goal. Like, where's the killer instinct, right? That's my that's why I bring up the thing about Archie. Like, I don't want to be a joke. I don't want us to be I want us to be a football place, right? Football teams, you put away the people you're supposed to put away. You don't let them have life. So I wasn't happy before the half, right? And then, when we went to take a knee and they cut us, which I have no issue with what they did. That's something you do at the end of games. They just, their kids are trained to do that. I went after our O-line. Like, they don't fear you. Like, teams are supposed to come in and they're supposed to say, like, I never want to. They're supposed to walk up to their AD and be like, don't schedule them again. That's the mentality we're supposed to have.
And they did.
Correct.
And they did. Now, it's funny because as you get older and you watch games maybe a little different way than you did when you were younger, I hate games like this because I don't know what to believe. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what to believe. I need to see good on good. I need to see someone who's got talent that's, somewhat, it doesn't have to be equal to or greater than, but it has to be somewhat commensurate with the talent that you believe your team has. And there was nothing of the sort in this game. Nothing.
So you don't take anything that they walloped them like that, though? Because they have not done this in a while.
See, there's a difference. There's a difference, back in the day when Nebraska would do this to teams, they had the benefit of the doubt because you knew what they were capable of later.
Sure.
Is this a good step? Yes.
See, that's the thing. It's a step.
It's a good step. But as Mitch wrote about today, and as I'm sure others were thinking over the weekend,
Michigan.
It doesn't matter until Michigan.
Michigan.
Because you need to see that. You need to see that kind of effort, that kind of performance. Not saying that to blow out Michigan, but you need to see what they can do again when the talent is either equal to or greater than yourself, or at least commensurate with what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And as I tweeted about Saturday night, it was like playing tackling dummies. It really was in the second half. It was Akron's one of the worst football teams to come in here in a long time.
And then it's going to be worse this week, because now it's
theoretically,
on paper, it's a team that's even worse. Yeah.
Theoretically, it shouldn't be. So, yeah. I mean, I was glad to hear that they really wanted to lay it on them. But I do wonder if there was more of a, sending a message, not just within the locker room, but outside the locker room that, hey, we're not the same old Nebraska. And here's how, because we're going to go out and get somebody. I mean, hell, they were still throwing the ball at the end of the game
with the backups. Yeah.
It's like the red wedding of football games.
Wow.
Perhaps.
D'Lo says great teams do this to bad teams, but not all teams who do this are great. We will see.
That is true.
Yeah.
So
I just liked it because
that is why I can't. I don't like games like last Saturday. I am going to hate this Saturday from that standpoint because there's not a lot great that can come out of it.
It's why I was screaming for like a quarter, like get the starters out, get the starters out, get the starters
out.
And I know some people get so annoyed with that, like, oh, stop whining. Like, yeah, but they don't need Emmett Johnson right now. And him especially, like they don't need him in the football game.
Right.
And I know I'll be saying the same thing this Saturday against Houston Christian. I don't need to see him out there. And I'm looking forward to talking about that with Michael in a little bit to see if he am I whining essentially is kind of my question, but I don't need to see him. But to go back to what you said, the thing that I do like is that we hadn't seen this.
Mhm.
And so I think you said it a few moments ago. This is a step forward. This is a step forward because Matt Rule's had a few blowouts, where it's like, 40-14 or something like that. But this was a true, it was domination. And he said what he did in that clip that you played, that the first half had like enough sloppiness, and then it almost had Akron get on the board. And you could tell like they really, really wanted that shutout. I think a lot of people last week really wanted that shutout. And I think that I missed that, in the lead up to the game, that like, hey, this is a chance to actually get it.
Yeah.
But like you said, Akron was a bad team. There was a lot of drops, for example, from the, I think we took, when I watch this game, I leave having a different appreciation, I think, for the offense. Whereas I think the defense, I still have some of the same questions because of the guys that were able to get open and the lack of the pass rush. That it took until what drive of the season for them to get their first sack, right? So I left thinking, okay, I think the offense is advancing. I cannot wait to see what the defense looks like when they play a team with a pulse. Though I think there's something real going on with the pass defense, given what Cincinnati was able to do over the weekend after their pass offense being nothing against Nebraska at Arrowhead Stadium.
You were talking about getting the starters out. Emmett had basically 16 touches, 14 carries, and 2 targets. You caught them both.
Yeah.
So very acceptable. Very acceptable. And I would hope and expect that it'll be the same this week.
I want it to be lower, honestly. I want it to be 10.
I don't know if it's realistic to, because he is your number one back. You're not going to run it less than 10 times.
No, I think backups in.
I know, but I get why.
Maybe I'm asking too much.
I get why it's understandable, especially early on in the season, that you want them to at least play a half. Now, if it gets really, really, really out of control, which it could have, if you think about it, if they don't misfire at the inside the 5-yard line twice, that thing's 40-0 at halftime. And so maybe the whole second half, who knows? Does Matt Rule still light him up at halftime? Maybe.
Yeah.
But I would expect, that's acceptable to me. You can live with that. 14, 15, 16 touches in a game like this, because you know that you're going to need him a lot more as the season goes by. In terms of, being able to develop more backups, it can only help. Loved seeing the Petchak boys in. Cade Petchak. How many people can claim in their life that their first tackle in major college football is a safety?
Not very many.
That's
not very many.
That's got to be a small list.
Pretty cool.
That's got to be a small list.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
And how about this? They targeted, let me see. I'm going to double check because I know I counted this a little bit earlier. We'll do it. 15 different players were targeted in the passing game. That has to be some kind of Nebraska record, doesn't it?
Seemed like it.
15 different players were targeted in the passing game. 14 had at least one catch. That has to be some kind of a record, because back, when Nebraska was blowing teams out on the regular, they were more of a running team. So they didn't have a reason to target that many people. So you got a lot of people in. It was like, what? It was 108 out of 125.
Crazy.
Got into the game.
When's the last time they went that deep into the roster?
And honestly, I think a reasonable goal is getting all 125 in, or at least the healthy ones in.
Yeah.
There might be some people that are sitting out, but honestly, every healthy body gets to play.
Chris writes, I agree with John for the most part. However, in games like this, I look to see how clean Nebraska is. Stupid penalties, giving up any ridiculous sacks, struggling at all with moving the ball, etc. Saw none of that. Happy with Saturday night. This is the best I have felt after playing a G5 team since FAU in 2014. And I do think, you try to find something to take away from this game, because I for the most part, I do agree with you. Like, it's hard when a team wins 68-0 beyond just, wow, they had a really nice game. They did look cleaner. The offense looks cleaner right now. And how much of that is this team? Like, they don't have a lot of penalties over the first 2 games, and one of those is against a power opponent. Let's see a nice clean game again on Saturday, and then then the test, the first real test of the season. Even though I know it was a 3-point win, but the first real test is what now, 12 days away, And that's the one where we're going to find out some real answers about this program and what kind of progress they have made. Because, I mean, we're going to say this a lot over the next 12 days. This Michigan team is gettable, you know.
Yes, they are.
Happer has said now for the last couple of days on his pod, he thinks Nebraska could be a short favorite. And I don't think that would surprise me.
Oh, I think they will be a favorite.
I think you look at what Bryce Underwood is, and I think this is a quarterback that you should want to play against at this point in time. Very athletic, but very raw as a passer. What kind of skill talent do they have, you know, in terms of him throwing the ball too? Can Nebraska's offense play a crisp football game Saturday the 20th at 2:30? That's going to be the question in the lead up to it.
402-951-1620. Email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. When we come back, we'll go inside the numbers because there were a lot of things that happened there. And also the pass defense, the passing game and the pass defense. Certainly two things that are getting a passing grade so far in 2025. Also, interesting numbers from our buddy K Ford on Nebraska's future schedule. Coming up here on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. You visit the website today at krtrelief.com and immediately you will get an offer to get 10% off of your order. How awesome is that? Not to mention free shipping on orders over $15. Again, I had one of those runs this weekend where I finished and I was just thinking, wow, it is so nice not to have the pain that I had for months at a time starting in early February at the beginning of this year, and how that was affecting me physically, but also how that was affecting me mentally. And KRT Athletic Muscle Cream and being able to use this, the fast and effective pain relief cream that is designed to help with all sorts of things like back pain, deep muscle pain, and more. It's helped me out with that hamstring where now the only time I think about it is when I'm thinking it's nice to be all the way back, especially as we enter the fall season. And I know that I'm going to be out there enjoying the miles like I hope to on a everyday basis, whether it's workouts for you or just living life in a better, more effective way. Go to the website, krtrelief.com, and take advantage of those deals. It's krtrelief.com.
This week's zone deal is Vala's Pumpkin Patch, and you can get a pair of their anytime passes for the price of one. This is an awesome offer, and these are some of the most popular ones out there. And Vala's is open daily all the way until November 2nd, 9 to 9. We're 6A to 6P. They're 9A to 9P. So
nice.
It's still 12 hours.
It's like a 6, but upside down.
Got brand new attractions, including Aunt Kelsey's Apple Swing, the Slide Mountain Tube Slide, the drone show. They got drone show. Nebraska's not the only place got a drone show.
Nice.
So if you want 2 for 1 for Vala's Pumpkin Patch, make sure you are at 1620thezone.com this week for our zone deal. And we here on this Grum have a pair of these passes to give away today. We have a pair of these to give away today. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to honor the Pet Shock Boys. It's the Pet Shock Boys.
What was that thing at the end? What was that little stinger?
That's the Pet Shock Boys.
Was that a song?
Yes.
Yes.
There was a band in the 80s. This is how I know how to say his name right.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to have
Pet
your
Shock.
mechanism.
Pet Shock.
It looks like Petrazak, but it's pronounced Pet Shock.
Yeah.
And it sounds like Pet Shock Boys. Pet
Nice.
Shop Boys.
Nice.
And that was their only hit song.
Should we play it one more time?
One
so people
more
really
time.
feel it in?
We can just give them the short one here. The next time you hear the Cade Pet Shock Boys,
Yeah.
be caller
80.
Well,
For the amount of points Nebraska should have scored.
isn't he
68 then, Nick. Is that
wasn't
okay?
he like number 94?
I don't know.
I think he's
93. 93.
He's got Sue's number?
I'm pretty sure he does. Am I wrong here? Okay, Petchuk.
That's right. I guess they don't retire those numbers anymore. I guess it was 93, wasn't it?
He is number 93.
Well, let's do 9 plus 3, 12.
How you feel
Caller
about that?
12.
Caller 12.
The next time.
The next time you hear.
The next time. That was just another
I
10.
don't know why that recorded so hot. It didn't sound that hot when I recorded it.
Something's going on with your computer, John.
No, my
You
computer's
give
fine.
Nick things and it's just broken. It never works.
That's Nick's fault, not mine. But
How's
anyway,
that
next
my
time you
fault?
hear that,
Interesting, Nick.
caller 12, and you'll get those passes to Vala's.
Ziggy, our resident USC fan, they put it on Georgia Southern this weekend. Congrats to the Trojans. Ziggy writes, did you rattle off a bunch of stats without mentioning the funniest stat in all of college football? That Nebraska's backup quarterback has more passing yards this season than Iowa's starting quarterback. Perhaps I missed it. That is true. TJ Lateef, 128 passing yards. Mark Gronowski, 127 passing yards.
Wow.
It's just that TJ has played like 4 drives and Gronowski has played more than 4. He has started 2 games.
A tough look.
But their offense is trash.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
Well, I mean, that's Iowa.
Embarrassing. Yikes. Tough look.
That's why I watch them for their defense.
One of my friends said, I would hate being an Iowa fan. I would have given up on college football because it is like watching the 2009 Nebraska Cornhuskers every year forever, except you don't get an Ndamukong Suh. That year was horrible. It was a miserable experience because the offense was so porous and the defense was so good.
I like 2009. That was a good year. They fought hard.
Yeah, they fought hard. Yeah,
It's kind of
Great.
It was nice to watch because we hadn't seen it before.
Sure.
Where a defense had to so carry an offense
Can you
at
imagine
Nebraska.
that every year though for the rest of time?
I don't think it'll be for the rest of time. I mean, Kirk Ferentz is going to retire at some point.
Sure.
I think Iowa's very surprised right now that they're not getting more production out of Gronowski because he had good production in FCS.
But
he
how
was
much?
good.
So is that a Gronowski problem or is that an Iowa problem? Have they broken him like they break everybody?
I don't think they broke him.
They broke him.
I don't think they broke him necessarily. I don't know. It's hard to say.
How can he be good at the FCS level and stink so badly at the FBS level?
Well, it can happen. It can happen.
It could happen.
Maybe that's just the talent leap, the talent curve from FCS to FBS.
Well, people shouldn't have bought into him then, I guess, huh? Yikes.
Well,
YouTube user,
there've
they
been
thought the
others
same
that
thing when they got Cade McNamara. People forget. Yeah, he went there and he sucked too.
Mm.
Dude,
that was one of your
Tom
guys,
Brady
though.
No, he was. Oh, because of Michigan.
Uh-huh.
Tom Brady in his prime could have gone there, and they would have made him look like ass.
You think?
It's an Iowa problem. Okay, maybe not Tom Brady, but I think a lot of players. Something's going on in the water over there.
I mean, they probably have more offensive players in the NFL than Nebraska does.
They do have really good tight ends.
Yes, they do. And offensive linemen.
They really have good tight ends.
Offensive linemen.
Yeah, though the offensive line's taking a little bit of a
And
step
wide
back
receivers that are also baseball players, and they decide to play baseball in the pros, but then they get drafted by the Rockies.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely.
Let's go inside the numbers. Nebraska averaged almost 7.1 yards per carry. That is the most under Matt Rule. It's the most since 2021. Unfortunately, 2021 shows up twice here, which is strange because that was a bad football team. But
They had a couple of blowouts.
They had a couple of blowouts. So let's
including
hope that the 2025 team doesn't repeat the 2021 team, where they have a couple of games where they look really, really good, and then the season goes in the crap.
Yeah, don't do that.
Passing, over 12 yards per attempt, most under Matt Rule, most since 2021 Buffalo. I forgot that they had such great efficient passing against Buffalo.
Did they throw the ball around a whole
They
lot?
didn't throw it a lot
because they only won 28-3.
But this was yards per attempt, so they didn't throw it as much.
So they went
were just
13 of 19. Wow, for 242.
Right. They just had some big plays in the passing game.
Adrian was awesome that game.
Yes,
I
he
think
was.
You and I did overreaction for that game. That was the game where they wore their 9/11 uniforms.
Yeah, I don't remember the reaction on that. Total offense, average 9.9 yards per play, most under Matt Rule. But this is the most since the 2010 Kansas State game, when
I was there. That was awesome.
When Taylor Martinez broke K-State in half. They averaged 11 yards per play in that game. So this is the most since 2010.
What's up, by the way? You're going to like 1,000th of a percent. Like, you've never done it so deep before.
I don't know.
I can barely lift my right arm. I did so many.
Nebraska has won back-to-back games when throwing the ball more than running the ball. They threw it more against Cincinnati than they ran it. They threw it 40 times against Akron, ran it 33.
I was thinking about that on the drive-in because before the season, we, of course, did our 10 questions, and one of them was pass versus run percentage. I really think that this is saying something about how they feel about that run game, because this, in theory, would be a game just run it all the time with the backups.
Sure.
They really wanted to toss it around the yard.
So far, it's 46% run percentage so far.
Interesting. Let's see if that keeps up.
Now, last week, some people were critical because I suggested that, Nebraska's offense has been kind of in the rut.
Yikes. Tough look for
the
that
first
guy.
5 games.
Yeah, who was that idiot?
Well, he was right.
Was
first
he?
5 games.
Yeah, but what about the first 6 games?
Pump the brakes. It was freaking Akron. But under Holgo,
they have allowed Oko again.
They have allowed.
Oh no!
They allowed just 6 havoc plays. So again, tackles for loss, forced fumbles, interceptions, quarterback hurries. They allowed just 6 havoc plays.
Wow.
Which is an 8.2%. So that's less than 10% of all of their plays. Nebraska allowed havoc. That's the 3rd time in 6 games under Holgo the Oko that the rate has been under 10%. Why is that significant? Because before Holgo the Oko, Nebraska had just 1 game in their first 21 under Matt Rule that they had allowed less than 10% havoc. So even though, say for Saturday, Nebraska's offense has been kind of mid, the one thing they have not done is allowed a lot of havoc, a lot of negative plays.
That'll win you some games, John.
And that will win you some games. You might say that's kind of an Iowa way of winning games.
No, don't say that.
Go Hawks.
Defense.
Yeah.
Back-to-back games that Nebraska's secondary has allowed less than 3 yards per attempt.
Dude, this is crazy what they have done. And now this time it was because of a bad team, because Akron dropped a lot of passes.
Yeah.
Their wide receivers, maybe they were watching CeeDee Lamb on Thursday and they were like, let's take some notes on what that guy's doing. They sucked.
I couldn't find another occurrence of back-to-back games since at least 2004. This is the first time since at least 2004 that Nebraska has allowed less than 3 yards per pass attempt.
That's wild.
And that is hard to do, folks.
Yeah, John,
that is hard to do because even the worst teams in college football for a season average about 5 yards or 5.5 yards per attempt.
3 yards.
This is under 3.
3 yards an attempt. Rushing is terrible.
Yes.
Like, passing, it is inept to a degree that it's not going to happen over the course of the whole season. They're not going to keep doing this, but that is wild that it's happened twice in a row now.
So far this year, opposing quarterbacks are just 22 of 48. That's 46% for 131 yards and averaging 2.7 yards per attempt.
That is so gross.
That is nuts.
Even yards per completion is terrible. Like, nothing about this is good.
Nothing. Well, for the opposing. By the way, I looked it up. So Nebraska is over a half yard better than the next nearest team in the nation. Washington State currently is averaging 3.3 yards per pass attempt allowed. But you know what the difference is? The passer rating. Now, this is the NCAA's passer rating,
which is so weird.
It's a weird formula.
Yeah.
But Nebraska's opposing quarterbacks is in the 60s. There's nobody else in the top 10 who has dipped their quarterback passer rating into the 60s.
So not only is the yards per attempt really low, the efficiency is garbage.
Oh yeah. Well. Oh yeah. It's superlatives all across the board.
Because they're not scoring passing touchdowns either.
Is that formula known or is that proprietary?
I'm sure it's known. It's just very confusing.
Just vibes.
Yeah.
It's weird. Because, like, in the NFL...
Basically, your better quarterbacks are, like, in the I want to say they're, like, in the above 150.
Yeah.
Whereas,
like, Nick, in the NFL, the highest passer rating you can have is 158.3. But you'll have games where college guys will throw over 200 in a passer rating in a game. Not over the course of a whole season, but it's
really weird.
It's very confusing.
Last year's national leader in passing rating was Jackson Dart at 180. Okay. And you've got basically, if you're in the 150s, you're in the top 25 in the country. And Nebraska's quarterback opponent passer rating is in the 60s. So that gives you an idea of just how crazy this is.
Yeah.
Running held Akron to 3.1 yards per carry. Nebraska's held their opponent to under 3.2 yards per carry in 3 of the last 4 games dating back to last year.
Wow. Look at that.
Total offense, just 2.9 yards per play. That is the second best number under Matt Rule. Northern Illinois only averaged 2.57. In the last 4 games, so again, dating back to end of last year, Nebraska's defensive yards per play allowed 4.3.
Wow.
Which is very good. Since 2004, when Nebraska holds a team to under 4 yards per play, they're 44-7. So while the average isn't quite under 4, it's close enough.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you an idea. Nebraska wins 90% of their games when they hold a team to under 4 yards per play.
One of those losses is to Iowa last year.
Correct.
Yeah.
And this is back-to-back wins. So when we talked about how Nebraska's offense is winning by passing more than running,
mm-hmm.
Nebraska is winning by facing more running than passing.
Interesting.
The opponents so far have run the ball more than they've passed it in both wins. And to put it to perspective, since 2008, Nebraska's just 58-84 when an opponent runs the ball more than they pass it. So Nebraska's, again, beating trends here.
Interesting.
Beating trends.
Very, very interesting. Couple of comments.
So there's a little inside the numbers for you.
Real quick, John emails in Equitable Bank inbox. Remember when there were people that were predicting UCLA would beat Nebraska before the season? Now, I'm not saying they won't beat Nebraska. It's only been 2 games, but good Lord, are they bad. I was one of those people. Oops, they suck. Old man Doug says, 1, Iowa is where quarterbacks go to die. 2, the only thing worse than Gronowski's passing is our Aramark, right? Aramark's concessions plan. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? A lot of takes. Lot of takes about the old concessions.
Well,
a lot of takes.
It's
a lot of takes.
It's tough. It's also not the best stadium in the world to move around.
No, it's almost like they should tear it down and rebuild it.
What? Are you saying tear down the old gray lady?
I think the old gray lady, it's time to put her underground, John. Goodbye, old gray
You know how
lady.
much that's going to cost?
Well,
a lot of money.
You want to bury the stadium instead of just blowing it up?
What if they did that? What if they just 1,200 people in Lincoln died today when they exploded Memorial
The Human Torch was denied a bank
loan.
When we continue, we'll hear a little bit of what Matt Rule had to say before we get to Mitch Sherman of The Athletic and get his thoughts on what he saw.
Awesome.
And don't forget, another 1620, the pregame coming up this Saturday, 8:30 a.m. Means I have to get up early.
Early morning,
But
John.
it means I have to get up earlier.
Cranky John. Michael says I'll be up early already.
I'll have to be there by 7:30.
I can't wait to listen.
1620, the pregame will kick off our day, and then I will end your day with Big Red Overreaction. So we've got you covered in between.
Wow.
You know, the game is in between, but we've got you. Again, we are the delicious bread around the Big Red sandwich. The sandwich is only as good as the bread that wraps around it.
John, I had a sandwich for lunch today. Bread sucked. It ruined the sandwich.
See?
Terrible sandwich.
The bread does make a difference.
Let us be your
ugh.
sandwich. 1620, the pregame and Big Red Overreaction this weekend around the Houston Christian game, 1620 the zone.
After the snap, takes, hand off, and that's a safety. Jordan Gadd is swung down by Cade Petshaw.
Hopefully everyone really embraces this moment, because this is kind of the end of an era that we've outlawed, out-legislated the true walk-on programs in college football. Some of you guys cover our recruiting. How many guys have you seen announce, like, hey, I've been offered a preferred walk-on at University of Nebraska? Like, probably haven't seen very many of these this year, have you? Because I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. This is there's kids that love this place, that this will be the last day they put their pads on and go out there to be a Husker, all settled in the courtroom somewhere. So it's a shame. It's a real shame.
105.
How many players played? 108?
108.
108. The 105 is
They
fake.
broke the rules.
Oh, man.
Matt Rule broke the rules. They're going to have to forfeit the game. They went over the 105.
Take all the fun stats out of the stats book.
Imagine if you lost to Akron because of a technicality like this.
That would suck. By the way, we did get our winner for the Vallis.
We did.
What was the person's name, Nick?
The person's name was Dan.
Dan.
Congrats, Dan.
A little bit earlier, we played the clip of how Matt Rule was mad. He wanted that killer instinct. He expanded a little bit later on, and it was kind of all part of the same answer, but it went into culture building and doing the things like Nebraska did on Saturday. And that is go out and lay the wood to somebody that you should handle easily. And here's a little bit more of what Matt Rule had to say about that.
They should take a knee and go into the half and try to regroup, but that's not.
I'll preface it, because this is talking about the last drive of the first half, where Akron had a shot at getting points right before halftime.
They should take a knee and go into the half and try to regroup, but that's not what they did. And so you should take that personally. When they take the ball and they defer to start the game, when they win the toss and defer, that means they think it's going to be a game in the second half, which I think is the right way to play, by the way. But like, these are things as a player, like if you have to have an edge to yourself. And so if the edge only comes from like, well, we're playing a ranked team, then that's the disease of average. Like you have to find an edge every single week, because there's a man lined up against you that thinks he can beat you. And so you have to beat him. And at the end of the game, he's either going to shake your hand and say, I can play at your level. I'm going to have to play at Nebraska. Or he's going to shake your hand and put his eyes down and be like, hey, good luck the rest of the way and get ready for his season. And so that's the mindset we're trying to get across to our guys.
It's interesting how Matt Rule, you can see how the mind of a coach works. You know, we talk about
100%,
we talk all the time. You remember it was the Washington-Alabama playoff game, and how that fake, story about
Look
Washington.
at the quarterbacks.
Yeah. And how Alabama used that as fake respect. Here is
Michael Jordan.
Here is Matt Rule. Now, Matt Rule's not making up fake disrespect, but Matt Rule is taking basic coaching strategy by saying Akron wins the toss and defers,
So which
is what 90% of coaches do, right?
Yeah.
Which is standard game strategy. But that is that's Matt Rule's way of saying, see, these guys think they can win.
Correct.
These guys think they can play with you. You should be disrespected by this.
Yeah,
you can see how the gears work in these twisted minds' heads.
I'm amazed at the ability of coaches and players. You mentioned what you just did. Of course, I always think of Michael Jordan, and we saw it in The Last Dance, where it's like, hey, this guy maybe said this or literally didn't, and he invented it in his head.
Yeah.
So he wanted to go out and destroy them.
Yeah.
And like, that's what makes them different than us, because I can't gin up that kind of hatred for some random person, but he can. And so when I heard him today, I was like, wow, that is wild. But I mean, there is like a soundness to the logic, even if I know it's like, man, I mean, Akron, I don't really think they're
think
win
about
this
it.
football game.
Guys, the other team is trying. You should be disrespected by that.
Yeah.
They're trying to win. You should be disrespected
I love it.
by that.
I love it. And like, the end of the half, and given that they had the turnover, they had the drive end on downs, they had the field goal, and those were all back-to-back drives. And then at the end of the half results in the defense's worst drive of the game, right, when they missed the field goal, it had to be perfect for him, because the score is 33-0, but he also could still be mad at them and say, well, you guys aren't being perfect out there. And so, again, this game was different because they did something that they hadn't in situations like this over the last X amount of years. And that is why I'm not going to say that they're going to win the conference or even win 9 games still. But the approach was very different, very unique.
Here is Matt Rule on Dylan Raiola's game on Saturday.
I told you guys I didn't want a ton of wow plays. That's a wow play. That throw was a wow play. And I think you guys understand what I mean. I'm talking about like the, run around, throw it behind my back, which he can do. And there'll be a time to do it. But I love him just operating in the pocket, sliding around the pocket. And I love the fact he ran the football. Had the spin move down around the goal line. He had, a couple other ones. Like, those are things that keep people honest. But just the fact that we're getting the ball to so many different people means as a defense, there's a ton of balance.
Quickly,
he's talking about the throw to Dane Key.
Oh, that was awesome. The last touchdown of the game.
Or the last touchdown.
Yeah. That he threw where he rolls out to the right. That was, a perfect ball. That
was a pro throw.
He I know we talked last week about, oh man, they're not getting a lot of big plays, and they didn't against Cincinnati. There is, though, a calmness and a relaxed, and I know last year, man, people kind of got bothered by that. Oh man, he just seems so laissez-faire.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like, wow, he just looks cool and calm and comfortable when he's moving around. I would say, I thought this was the first time, and maybe it's because they're playing a bad team. First time that I've noticed him being a little faster. I thought that he moved around in the pocket pretty well, bought himself a little extra time. By the way, Jason texts in, is Matt Rule morphing into Heisenberg in season 3? Remember season 3 Heisenberg? He was a bad dude.
He was a bad dude. The bad dudes in the secondary.
We're not doing it because we have like 12 sacks either, right? I mean, we're doing it because we're covering really well. I mean, I think Cincinnati's a really good football team. And I think they threw for 300 and some yards this past game against Bowling Green. So it wasn't like, they threw for 69 against us.
Nice.
I just think we have excellent players in the secondary. And, Malcolm came out of the game. He got a little dinged up, came out of the game. Jameer went in, he played. Justin Rhett went in the game and played. Rex Guthrie he's coming on every single day. Caleb Benning's coming on every single day. Donnie Jones, like, we had a package for him this week where he was a starter in. And, I put him in a black shirt for this week because I think he's ready to go.
That was John's fault.
No,
That's the audio that John sent me.
You didn't decide to bring it down a little bit?
I did.
Oh, yikes. What the hell, John? What were you doing over there, bro?
The problem
Matt's the one that jumped in on the question.
Indeed it was.
We got to do it. See, he's very excitable.
Yeah, he's pumped.
Here's an overview of Houston Christian. Yes, there is a game this Saturday.
Suck.
They know how to coach football. And so
What
they've
if
got
that
excellent
was it?
players. They've got some guys, FBS group, Power 5 guys who've transferred back. Really, really active on defense. They're going to challenge you with different looks. They're not going to come out there and just, let you line up. You're going to have to, get in the right play because they show you different pictures. Offensively, I like what they do. They can both run the football and they have athletes on the outside. They have an excellent offensive line. Coach Bechtel was at Argyle when Riley Van Poppel was there. So they have that correct, Susan? Yeah, Susan knows everybody. So there's a lot of ties and history here, but I think they're doing an excellent job.
So one of the funniest things about that whole answer was that it was like 2-3 minutes after he was like, yeah, when a team comes in that we're going to beat them, we want to make them never want to play us again. And then they're like, so what about Houston Christian? Oh man, really well coached. This is going to be a tough. And I was just laughing to myself because, he's going to go back to the locker room and say, let's choke the life out of this team. So they never want to come back here again. It was just a hilarious juxtaposition after the earlier stuff.
And then Sean Callahan asked, because it's a good theory. It's an 11 o'clock kick against an FCS team. The atmosphere could be a little sleepy.
And he said, no.
6:30. Now you're going to go at 11. And obviously, energy can be hard to come by that early just to kind of get your guys.
No, our fans are going to show up at Legacy Walk. They're going to be like last week, and they're going to show up to the game, and they're going to be amazing because, I'm just telling you, man, like I sat there with the recruits, and I was like, all right, listen, where'd you go last week? I went to here. I went here in the end. Okay, look up there at the student section. Was it like that an hour before the game? Like, look at it. At the other game, I'm like looking at people. I'm like, look how many people are still here at the game. It's just unreal. So I bet you we'll be pretty good.
I want that to be a drop. Not our fan. That was so funny.
I don't know. I don't know if he works the regular Monday press conferences, but Shot Clean, who has been around Husker Vision for many years, great guy. He's still there on Saturdays, but he's like semi-retired now. I don't know if he is running the different mics on Mondays because I'm not there at the Monday press conference.
Maybe Husker Vision,
but it's like
glasses.
Matt just wanted to get in and jump in and just go crazy on this.
6:30. Now you're going to go at 11, and obviously, energy can be hard to come by that early just to kind of get your guys.
Not our fans.
Not our fans. Our fans want to do this. And then you just hit the
Make that a drop, please, and thank you. God, that was a moment where I just laughed so hard. I remember where I was in my house when I heard that for the first time today. I was laughing so hard to myself. So good.
All right, Mitch Sherman, if his ears aren't bleeding after all of that, will join us next on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Maybe that's the reason why Carolina Panther fans don't like Matt Rule. It wasn't so much the winning and the losing. It was that he didn't, run to their defense enough and say, not our fans. Not our fans. Great. Our fans are great.
Not our fans.
I love this.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Not our fans.
Jeez.
Now Mitch is going to hang up on us.
Mitch, what did you think? I mean, he got the question about, sleepy energy, 11 o'clock game, and Rule was just ready to jump in and say, nope, not our fans.
Not our fans.
Yeah, he's into like speaking good things into happening. It's like the Matt Rule since late in this offseason, and some of it has seems to have worked.
Well, maybe he could speak into existence, me winning the lottery. That'd be
that'd be awesome. The Cowboys winning the Super Bowl.
Well, that's
not like the odds on both of those things are a little too high for Matt Rule to be.
Come on, Mitch. Come on, Mitch. Come on, Mitch.
So what is your biggest takeaway from Saturday?
Oh, that Nebraska played 4 quarters and took care of business, because we've seen all kinds of times where they've done that for part of a game, like 1 quarter or 2 quarters. Really, with the historic nature of that score and the yardage and just the way that the game broke down for 60 minutes, like it's not just expected that because one team is much more talented than the other that it's going to unfold like that. I mean, Nebraska broke Akron's will, and you could see it. The Zips were not playing with the same kind of zip in the second half. And that's because of what Nebraska did to them by being relentless and continuing to, I think, and Rule went into it today with his message to the team at halftime. Maybe it was the best thing that could have happened to them that they gave up a drive that nearly resulted in points at the end of the first half, because that gave their coach a reason. And all coaches are looking for this, no matter the score. That gave their coach a reason to want to motivate them. It gave him ammunition in the break, and they played like it. And it was interesting also to hear him say that they had that conversation after one possession in the third quarter about taking out the offensive starters. And, Emmett Johnson was already on the bench, and that was, I think, just a workload thing after he carried it 32 times in the opener. But Dylan and many of the starters, offensive line, stayed out there through a second possession, which took you down to like 6 minutes to go, excuse me, in the third quarter, when it was 40-0 as they took the field. And, while people like me are thinking, oh my gosh, Dylan could get rolled up by his center or an offensive guard, and then you're just looking at a disastrous moment because it's 40-0 and the game is completely decided and your quarterback's out there. But that's not the way that they're approaching this. They're approaching it, and he went into some detail today about making these teams that come into Memorial Stadium, and this is not the case when they get into the Big Ten, I don't think, but making these teams say, we never want to go back there. That those are strong words from the coach, talking about how if a team defers on the coin toss, that you should be insulted by that if you're Nebraska, because that means they believe they're still going to be in the game when you kick off the third quarter. That's pretty hardcore.
Yes, it is.
Intense stuff. And that's what he's trying to build with this group.
Guys, they're trying. You should be insulted by this. By the way, The last time that Nebraska successfully got a team to never come back again was 1995 Pacific.
Yeah,
they just dropped
the program.
They just dropped the whole program.
Yeah, Akron may not be far from that.
No.
Yeesh.
So, Mitch, this is a new way of talking from Matt Rule. He has usually been, all the games are going to be close. You're going to have to deal with this. What is it? Does he just really like this team? And I know we talked about that in the offseason. Is that what it is, that he thinks that this team is destined to do more or better or bigger things? So this is the way he wants to talk to them and about them at this moment in time?
Oh, I think it depends on the opponent. He's not going to degrade the opponent and say bad things about Akron or Houston Christian before or after the fact. But it was just a week ago, I believe, in reviewing Cincinnati that he said we're going to be happy with a 17-16 win, or to paraphrase him, something along those lines. So, this is it. They get this game this week, and then their mentality to bury teams is going to be the same. You want to do that, and any opportunity that you get, if Nebraska, and the Big Ten version of what we saw Saturday might be a 35-10 win, and Nebraska hasn't had a lot of those in the Big Ten. But if they are given the opportunity, just once or twice in Big Ten season, to not have to sweat it out until the final drive, and there have been moments where Nebraska has been presented with those opportunities, and usually what's happened, with a few exceptions, usually what's happened is they've had a letdown. They've allowed teams to hang around. You saw it somewhat against Cincinnati, and then you end up in a 60-minute game, and a lot of those have gone the way of Nebraska's opponent. So I don't think this necessarily signals a big shift in the philosophy and the way that they want to coach and teach the game. It's just that the moment is different. The opportunity is different because the competition in these two specific weeks is not on the level that it is the rest of the year.
Yeah. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us every Monday here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. How much of that effort too wasn't just about culture building and, wanting to, go out and decimate someone, but there was a lot of talk outside the program about whether or not this offense was, kind of stuck in the mud a little bit. And how much you think, the extra effort on Saturday was a little bit of a wink to the folks who were a little critical of how the Cincinnati game played out?
Sure. I mean, I think if, in talking about that second drive in the third quarter, I think if Nebraska had put up 35 and looked efficient on offense in the opener, then they may have been content to put the backups in when it was 40-0, or even 33-0 in the case of a lot of them. But yeah, they felt like they left they left a lot on the field, or they left a lot on the sideline or in the locker room, whatever, in the playbook in week one. So some of that was about making amends, and that's, it's not, I don't think it's entirely for the fans or for the media or whatever, a national audience or the Big Ten observers. I think it's more for the players, because they probably had some questions. They probably took a notch down. Some of them, maybe the more the younger, inexperienced ones, they got brought back to earth a bit with the way things went against Cincinnati and how close they came to losing that game. And to be in a moment in the home opener where you can bury a team and you do it, that's going to help their confidence. Like, you can't talk players into being confident. It's very hard to do that, but their own success can breed that. And they saw a moment to gather confidence on Saturday. They'll probably have another one. They'll definitely have another one this week, going into what's going to be a huge game a week from Saturday. And I think they'll probably take advantage of that opportunity this week too, although it may not look quite the same. I don't think they're going to have Dylan Raiola in the game with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and if it's 40-0.
Mitch, speaking of Dylan, you wrote about him, mentioning the numbers: 24 for 31, career high in passing yards. First Nebraska 4-touchdown passing day since Riker Fife against Purdue in 2015, which my first thought was, oh my gosh, wild. But second, like, what are you seeing that's different, with all of the obvious caveats of Akron, right? Like, they're bad. There is a different look to him right now. And I mean, like you just said with Michigan, I can't wait to see what happens in that game with him. But what are you seeing that seems different than a year ago?
Well, if you think back to there were different versions of Dylan last year. Like, at the beginning of the season, he had a lot of confidence, and then he definitely went through a slump. And that's what he's got to avoid this year. And I think he's way more prepared and positioned to avoid any kind of an extended slide. Is he going to have 12 great games? Probably not. Like, they're going to have to win at some week when he's off. But I see way more consistency, way more, like, he's much more natural, I think, in his connections with the offensive players. Like, genuinely, they are excited for each other. We've talked about this many times, how difficult it is for a true freshman to be thrust into the position of leadership that he tried to take last year. And some of it worked. It worked, I think, better than it would have for a lot of players in his position, because of just his understanding about Nebraska football and his strong desire to want to be selfless. But it wasn't all just coming naturally. I felt like it was forced at times. And I don't get that sense this year. Like, I think there's a real connection between him and the guys around him on the offensive side, and then just his understanding of things, and then also his bond, or the way that he and Dana Holgerson see eye to eye. They had none of that. Even though the Wisconsin game went the way it did, they had no opportunity last year, with the exception of maybe the bowl game, to actually sit down and get to know each other and be on the same page with how things worked.
Mitch, your colleague over at the Athletic, Scott Docterman, did a quick synopsis of all of the 18 starting quarterbacks in the Big Ten Conference, and it reminds you again how many talented quarterbacks there are in this league. But Dylan's numbers match up with anybody's in this league through the first couple of games. How considering obviously the competition, but how close can Dylan be to being in that upper tier, whatever that number is in that tier of Big Ten quarterbacks by season's end?
I don't think there's anything that's holding him back. I don't think, it's not like Nebraska plays a murderer's row of Big Ten opponents like Wisconsin. The talent is there. He appears to have a strong enough supporting cast. Does he have Ohio State's offense or Penn State's offense with the running backs that Penn State has and the receivers that Ohio State have? No. But, and Penn State has a veteran quarterback who has more experience than Dylan. But that's fine. All of the things around him that are in his control would lead you to believe that it's there for him to be able to get to that place. Like there's nothing holding him back. Like you can't say, well, he just doesn't have the arm strength, or doesn't have guys to come in at Iowa. It's hard to even judge. It's hard to even judge. Like Gronowski has not looked good, clearly, but who's he throwing to? And then like, what's the offensive scheme? Like, how is a quarterback supposed to succeed when everything in the program is geared toward winning with defense and special teams? And they've been good at that over the years. Like that's not what Nebraska is right now. Matt Rule has a history of being like that a little bit, winning with defense certainly, but that is not the way that this team is built. And they give Raiola a lot of room to make decisions and improvise and audible and make his own decisions on the field. And all that stuff, if he executes at a high level, puts him in a spot, I think, to be one of the better quarterbacks in the Big Ten. Like I don't think that there's a ceiling. I don't think it's like, well, he could only be in the top half, or he could only be in the top third. It's like, no, aim to be the best quarterback in the Big Ten. Like, is that a tall task? Like, is he going to look better than Oregon at the end of the year? Is he going to look better than Penn State? Like, I don't know, but I don't know that it's not. So aim for that. And just who he is as a quarterback, I don't think that there's anything that's just like inherent about that will limit him from being right there at the top.
Yeah, and Mitch, you mentioned the players he's throwing to versus like what Gronowski has, and I know that Rule was asked today about Lindenmeyer, and he has been like in a team full of bright spots so far, especially in this game. He has really been a bright spot for me. I've always thought he was solid, but I think that he is turning into, and I think can turn into a bit of a weapon. Are the pass catchers finally living up to the promise that they have seemingly had for the last decade around here, where we're always talking ourselves into it, and then the season arrives and it just kind of stinks?
Well, they're off to a nice start, and Isaiah Hunter's had a couple of good games, and you could say the same about Dane Key. He didn't have a bunch of big plays really in either game, and Nebraska just had the one play over 20 yards in the opener. So I don't want to get carried away and say like, yeah, these guys are the best receivers that Nebraska's had in a decade or anything. They look good, and some of the problems that Nebraska had, I think, last year with its receivers, guys giving up on routes. There's some drops in some crucial moments. I'm not seeing that with this. I say duo, like Hunter and Key are to me like the two just traditional go get the ball receivers. Barney, while leading Nebraska in receiving yardage on Saturday, and I don't think he was entirely healthy. Like I think he has another gear that we didn't see in that game, despite the 217 all-purpose yards. I don't think that was his best like athletic performance. He's still like, he's a slot guy. He's somebody who's going to get you yards that you want to have, but just like traditional beat the defense, deep receivers, it's Hunter and Key. And I'm not so sure that like Quinn Clark can't get to that place. Man, he looked smooth and very good on his catch that went for a touchdown. Like if Dylan's going to put the ball like that out there for him, he's going to be a difficult player to defend in the Big Ten. So yeah, I think it's there. Like much like I said with Dylan, like he has the tools, he has the ability. This receiver group, I think, has all of that too, to be a big upgrade over last year. But it's 2 games, and one of them they scored 20 points and had one big play, and then the other one was, take it for what it's worth. And you probably say the same thing a week from now. So let's check back in 4 or 5 weeks on that one.
Yeah, talk about your feel good stories. I mean, obviously the Lindenmeyer proposal at the end was cool, but Quinn Clark.
That was cool.
Getting that touchdown and throwing up the 3-2 for his father.
Yeah.
Great feel-good story. Yeah. Quick trivia question. His daddy's first touchdown was also a pass reception, was not a run. 1987 UCLA caught a pass from Steve Taylor in the second half, or in the second quarter, I should say. So
that one is surprising. Yeah, he didn't have as big of a year in 87. He had big years in 88 and 89.
Yeah.
And I certainly remember the 88 Oklahoma State game at Memorial Stadium. And that was hope people took the over on that one, whatever it was.
The over hit in the first quarter.
Yeah. Ken Clark and Barry Sanders, just trading big chunks of yardage. That to me was like the the quintessential Ken Clark moment. And
Yep.
yeah, it was a great moment, a great storyline to see Quinn, and there were a lot of questions about Quinn coming in because he just didn't have the kind of offers that some of the bigger name receivers did. But you look at him and he's 6'5". I mean, I think a lot of that had to do with where he was from, in a lower populated area.
Right.
And he didn't play against, he wasn't in Florida playing at Texas, playing against super high levels of competition in high school. But now he's been in the program for a year, and you can see what he can do. And he still has some size to be able to put on. With that frame, he can be. I think he can be a really special player.
Mitch, is it feasible to give the ball to Emmett Johnson 10 or fewer times on Saturday?
I mean, you could, and it's not going to make any difference in whether you win or lose the game.
Yeah,
I'm not opposed to that idea. What does he have? 47 or 48 touches through
48 through, yeah, 14 carries and 2 receptions on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get him to the place where going into Michigan, he's touched it 60 times, that to me would be ideal.
Yeah.
You don't want him to be rusty. I mean, I don't think that's the concern right now, but you want him to stay in rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can go to a point too far to limit him. And it's going to be about the way the game goes. It's probably best to spread it out through the first half. I wouldn't necessarily script if I'm not making the script, but if I don't, it's probably best if they just maybe get him a couple of touches on the first possession, in the first 10 plays, and then spread it out through the first half. And if he can be around 12 at the end of the first half and the game's comfortably in hand, then sit him for the second half again. And man, you really allow him to be a little bit more low mileage when you get to next week, and that could prove to be enormous.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Well, Mitch, Matt Rule is insistent that the fans will bring the energy, so I hope on behalf of the media you will do the same on Saturday when that game kicks off at 11 a.m.
I don't have a problem with the energy at 11 a.m. It's not. I know the fans have to prep differently for games than I do, so maybe.
Let's hope they feed you after the game at least this week, Mitch. Rumors on the streets of no pizza in the press box after the game.
Is that true? I was not in the press box after the game.
Very sad.
Yeah, neither was I. I worked in the media room down in the Hawks, and so I don't know if there was pizza up there or not. But everything's changed with Airmark in the stadium now, as far as the feeding of the media. I'm not going to complain about any kind of food that's free. And
I thought the pregame spread was good. They had the Omaha steak burgers and some salad, of course, the famous Dorothy Lynch, and then
the sweet and tangy.
The rumors of Diet Mountain Dew's demise, greatly over exaggerated.
Oh, really?
I mean, there was plenty of Diet Dew in our up in the press box, so I don't know where these rumors were coming from.
I'm happy to hear.
Yeah, I was happy.
Yeah, it was fine. They had some nice soft cookies at halftime that I enjoyed. So.
They were good.
I mean, I'll tell you that the post game pizza is it's a double-edged sword because it tasted so good.
Yes,
hot piping hot valves. But for me, that was always it was impossible to resist, and then I would regret it after I ate a huge amount.
That is true.
So I'm actually kind of glad just sitting here right now. I can say that I'm glad. If those days are gone, then that probably is best for me.
Keith Mann looking out for our waistlines.
Thank you, Keith.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Mitch, have a great one this week.
Bye,
Enjoy
Mitch.
it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Now, was it that or as a commenter delivers a great comment, Husker country, I think Airmark just got the pizza delivered to the press box. Maybe that was the issue.
See, I mean, I have not spoken with anybody firsthand. I've just heard what other people have heard from people that were at the stadium. It's a process. It takes time. This was their first go around in this stadium.
Sure. YouTube user,
I'm sure it'll get better. It will get better
between games 1 and 2. It always does. That's what the coaches always say.
I mean, I don't know about that, but it'll get better as the season goes on. They'll get it. They'll get it figured out.
YouTube user, dumb debate. At what point in your life does free food not entice you anymore? I had some free food at the Tiny Stadium on Friday. I didn't eat it all because it was kind of bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They didn't bring you Portillo's?
No, it was like a sandwich, some sort of a sandwich and a bag of chips.
Those damn nerds.
Yeah.
Damn Northwestern nerds.
John, it was so pretty.
The older
I got some cool photos.
The older I get, I find myself becoming more cynical with food. Like when we were in
cynical with food.
Yeah, like when we were in Chicago, on the River Walk, we stopped by to get some food at the place.
Yep.
Place
that has food.
Sure.
And I'm like, yeah, I'll get the turkey sandwich. But then I got it, and I'm like, I could just have made this at home.
Wait a second. You went to Chicago and you got a turkey sandwich?
They didn't have a pizza at that specific restaurant.
Oh, they got the Chicago
that you
dogs,
made
the
fun of me
Italian
for
beef.
last
You should have
year.
gone and get some Al's Italian beef, man. Oh, so good.
We were on a
gone to
time
the Bear.
We were on a time crunch. That's why we stuck around the Riverwalk area, because we went to the Formula One Lego experience.
Good.
Just right up the
All
road.
those words are terrible words. J-Man,
Should've
I'm
got
not going to
yourself some
read your
of Garrett's
comments.
popcorn. That's good too.
Drake
man.
says, bro, Nick is wild. Nick, you are brazen.
Did get Chicago style pizza in Chicago. Like I did get that.
I'm proud of you.
We
man.
went to many nice restaurants. We just had
Wow,
to
brag about it. Jiminy Christmas.
But you got a
Oh,
mid-turkey sandwich. Chicago, home of mid-turkey
I was
sandwich.
pissed at that turkey sandwich
Why would you order a turkey sandwich in Chicago?
because I thought it was gonna be not deli turkey.
I wouldn't want to do that.
It was just like
Wait,
Oscar
what's-
Mayer turkey.
What were you expecting?
Deli was the wrong word. It
Yeah.
looked like they just opened up a packet of like Oscar Mayer turkey.
Well, I
and
think
slapped it on
Your
bread.
first clue should have been welcome to the Oscar Mayer Deli.
Oh, that explains
Should've
it.
been
No,
first
I
clue.
that should have tipped me off.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
would think.
It should have.
Some emails from the Equitable Bank inbox. Matt writes, could Ferentz screw up Dylan's quarterback play if he went to Iowa? I think so.
Again, I said it earlier. He could screw up Tom Brady.
Talking about calling off the Wolves, Ty writes, Osborne never called off the Wolves in the first half. Granted, the Wolves went deeper, but he still played the best players and didn't back off the play calling until the second half.
Nice.
Well, I mean, Nebraska didn't back off the play calling, period. I mean, they ran what they ran. They were just so damn good at running it that teams couldn't stop their base stuff.
And on Saturday, I definitely think we can use the Q word with Akron.
QAnon?
No, that's the kicker for Nebraska. They quit towards the end of that game. Some of the plays that TJ and the offense, TJ Latif, were able to make, it looked like a defense that was saying, we're ready to go home.
Yeah.
At a certain point, they could have just done the running clock.
Man, those guys from 2018, they got to get their check and not even have to deal with this
Unreal.
mess.
Soft ass Gen Z, the 2018 Akron team. Or were they still millennials? I have no idea.
I don't know. Dan writes, he was at the 1982 New Mexico State game, the last
68?
time the team.
Oh, wow.
Last time the Huskers won 68
What does
to
Dan
nothing.
say?
Says, I was in an aisle seat 15 rows up in South Stadium. Clock is running, and the Huskers run several plays up the middle into the pile. Some guy behind me yells, damn, Huskers, why aren't you even trying to score? A guy a couple rows in front of me stands up and says to the guy behind me, why don't you go beat your mother?
Good Lord, what on earth?
Everyone around me was in shock. I guess one guy really wanted 75-0, a moment I'll never forget.
That is a weird comeback.
That is.
Why don't you go beat your mother?
I would never say that to another person. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Well, I would only say that to a person who fights in the Fighting Your Mother fighting league.
Oh yeah, no,
that's what you
FYML.
Yeah.
How could I forget
Fighting
about
Your
that?
Mother fighting league,
I forgot about that.
which I
Used to
don't
watch
believe
the
is allowed
pay-per-views all the
anymore.
time.
Yeah, it's not any good anymore. Let's see. Still to come, we're going to get firm and soft about this past weekend.
Let's do it.
Hello. And it's Michael Severe Monday.
Not our fans.
But first, John and Josh here for Underdog Fantasy. And tonight, we still got one more game in this very exciting week one. And with Underdog Fantasy, you can pick some of your favorite players and favorite stats, whether they'll go higher or lower, and parlay that to great success.
Whoa.
Tonight, my great success will ride on TJ Hawkinson of Minnesota, going higher than 41.5 receiving yards. It's going to ride on the leg of Will Reichert, the Minnesota place kicker, having higher than 1.5 field goals. It's going to ride on the right arm of J.J. McCarthy, throwing lower than 1.5 touchdown passes. And it's going to ride on the catching ability of the Bears' DJ Moore, lower than 5.5 receptions. That's going to pay me 6 times my money, Josh, and you can do it right here in Nebraska with Underdog Fantasy.
John, I just put one of those together. I loved the field goal mindset from yours truly is me. So yours truly is going to do it because I'm following off of you. Let's go with Santos also to go higher than 1.5 field goals made. And how about Colston Loveland, higher than 28.5 receiving yards? I had a great day on Underdog on Thursday because amidst all the drops, CeeDee Lamb still went higher than the 6.5 receptions, and Jalen Hurts, sadly, he scored a couple of touchdowns, but it was great for me on Underdog Fantasy, whether it is the app or the website. Download the app today. Sign up with our promo code 1620thezone, and you can score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620thezone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You can win a pair of passes to the Blur Tailgate before the Houston Christian game on Saturday. Just go to 1620thezone.com and register today. Found out something from our good friends at Blur. There are still availabilities. Now, the Blur Tailgate's not open to the general public, but what they do is they bring in a lot of small groups book tickets. They book outings there.
Sure.
If you have, and it doesn't have to be a small business, it could be a small business, or if you got a company outing, or I heard that there's a high school class reunion who's going to be at this next Blur Tailgate. If you have a group
That's awesome.
and you want to get your folks together at a really fun place, a very convenient place right across from Memorial Stadium, just go to blurevents.com and find out more. You can do it all right there on the website. It's a cool setup, man.
It's
It
awesome.
is so good. Full bar, lots of beverage, great food, TVs everywhere. They play a lot of fun games. They do it. Blur, we've been working with them for over a decade. They were the ones that hosted us out in Indianapolis and now hosting 1620 The Tailgate, hosted us out in Boulder. They do a first-class job. Just a great job.
It's awesome. It's so much fun. I can't wait to listen and or watch you on the pregame show this Saturday at 8:30.
Time for Firm and Soft.
I'm firm on
Hello.
Blur being baller.
I am firm on Dylan Raiola. Dylan, 24 of 31, career high in passing yards. Got his first 300 burger.
Nice.
4 TDs. Set the consecutive completions record. Broke a 50-year-old record by Dave Hum. How dare you eliminate Dave Hum from the record book?
Did you know about that? Did you know that he had that many completions to end last week's game?
No.
I did not realize
I
that
forgot.
either.
I had not known that. His 78% completion percentage is 5th in the nation. 5th.
Dude, he's been awesome this year.
Now, yeah, I know.
It's Akron.
But the big boy throws he is making. I mean, I said it, was it before the Cincinnati game? I need to see the 5-star be a 5-star. And he is making 5-star plays. And like Matt Rule said, we had the clip earlier on.
Not our fans, that one.
No, not that.
Oh, okay.
He said, yeah, he can do the highlight plays that you get shared on social media.
He said he could throw it behind his back and he's going to do it.
I doubt he's going to do it in a game.
You know who doesn't doubt it?
But the way he has managed things so
Not our
far,
yeah,
I don't know how you can't be firm on Dylan.
Couldn't agree more. I didn't write him down just because I figured that you were going to go with this. So I will go with this one instead. We can finally say it. The wide receivers are good. And not in the way that Josh Hudson would say it. He would say they are good. They are good. They have improved. The transfers, I think, are legit. Even though they really haven't had like too much of an opportunity to show it, they have played at a very high level. I know that we spent a little bit of time earlier talking about when Dylan was slanging it, his last throw of the game. Nice throw, great throw, NFL throw. That catch was pretty damn good too. You know, the throw got more of the glazing, as the kids say, Nick. But that was a really nice catch. And you could just say, right?
No, it just
glazing.
I didn't like hearing that from you.
Interesting. Now that I'm 37. So I thought that they look good. The backups look good. And you could just say pass catchers because I think Lindenmeyer is good, man. I think I'm really impressed with what he has done so far. I really like what I see. So firm on the wide receivers being a better unit this season.
Soft. Akron could be the worst team Nebraska's seen in this stadium in a long time.
Don't worry. Wait till Saturday.
They're bad.
They suck, man.
I don't know, man. I think it's possible that Houston Christian could be better than Akron.
Whoa.
By the way, I looked up the Sagarin.
Whoa.
The Sagarin numbers.
Yeah.
When I did this last week.
Yeah.
And these are now the updated numbers.
Oh, it's Pepe Le Pew because he's stanky.
Akron is now 190th in Sagarin.
Yeah.
And 234th is Houston Christian. So now the combined
good job by you, John.
Is 424.
Whoa.
It
Almost
was 408. So yeah, the chances of this holding on as the worst back-to-back games we've seen in 25 years in Memorial Stadium is very good.
Did you do this for the pregame show, or was that for?
We did that on Monday or on Friday, and then it was also on the pregame.
That's
show.
excellent work, John. We were all wondering about it, and you looked it up. I mean, dude, it is by far. Like, that's pretty crazy. That's brazy, I think, actually.
Brazy AF.
Yeah.
Let's see. So you went soft. I'll go with the soft one. I'm soft still on the defense, just a little bit.
Wow.
In terms of just like, I need to see them against a better team. There were guys that were open throughout the night. Akron is just so bad, as you just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
They dropped a lot of passes. And this isn't to say like, oh my gosh, the defense is terrible. I just want to see them against a team with a pulse. It's funny though. Okay, see them against Michigan. Michigan has deficiencies. You know, Bryce Underwood has deficiencies. Now they're going to try to do the thing against Nebraska, the deficiencies that Nebraska's defense has, like that's how Michigan will try to attack. I do not think they will try to throw the ball all around the yard.
No.
That would be dumb of Michigan to do. So who knows? Maybe we'll see him do it. But I just have some questions about the defensive side of the ball that I do not think we will get answered for another few weeks. Soft.
I am firm on the Petchock boys.
Nice.
Cade Petchock, first career tackle as safety. He had 4 tackles in the game, and in a game where you played, upwards of 50 defensive guys. He had 4 tackles, which was tops on the team. 2 of the 4 were for losses.
Nice.
He's got a lot to live up to wearing that number. You don't just walk into Nebraska wearing old 93.
Big Mr. Petchock.
Yeah, but very firm on Cade Petchock. Look forward to seeing, because he did not play against Cincinnati. Should see him a lot more this weekend. Be very interested to see how much time he gets once the Big Ten bullets start flying.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope it's a lot.
Yeah.
Because I really like what I see with this kid.
Firm that this team does have a different look. You cannot say for years and years and years around here, I want to see them win easy games. I want to see them get in the backups. I want to see X, Y, and Z. And then they finally do. And you're like, well, but it was just Akron. No, you can't demand for an ass whooping of a team and then say, but it was just blank. That's what happens. You have to do this to teams. They did not play with their food. They performed very, very well. They had just a couple of mistakes. Couple mistakes on offense, a couple of brain farts on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't matter, though. They still put up 68, and they still allowed 0 points. And what I think I really like about it is that they seem to respond to some of those mistakes when it was fumble, end on the 4th and goal from the 1, and then the field goal. And so it's funny, one of the drives, they still ended up with points, but it was a quick 3 and out after the long punt return.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, was that after the terrible punt that I thought Barney was going to run up and pick up and try to score?
Yeah.
And then after that, it was touchdown, end of first half, and then they had 5 touchdowns to begin the second half. So very impressed with their ability to just step on Akron's throat.
Soft. Nebraska's inside the 5 running game. It wasn't successful against Cincinnati. And yes, there were a couple of short touchdowns in the second half, but when the game was still in doubt.
Yeah, of course.
Fumbling at the 1-yard line, the Heine push not working at the 1-yard line.
Sad.
While, we're maybe nitpicking a little bit given the score was 68-0, it is something worth watching. When Nebraska gets into that low red zone, if they're going to be able to run it against good teams. So I had to find something.
Sure.
So this was my something.
Jeff says, firm, Nebraska beats Michigan, but doesn't get credit because Biff is coaching. We're not talking about Tannen, folks. You said you had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to find your things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Soft. Archie's parents coming to Lincoln and not seeing him punt before Michigan. It is a legitimate concern right now, friends. It is a concern that they're going to be there. The Australian Today show is there, tears in their eyes, saying, crikey, and they're not getting a chance to watch him. I feel horrible for his parents.
Well, I hope they're in the stadium during warm-ups.
That is true. You can watch him punt in warm-ups. Excellent call. Soft on his parents traveling thousands of miles.
Firm. My list item. Nebraska will beat Michigan by 2 scores.
Oh, yeah, you should feel good.
Bryce Underwood was just 9 for 24 for 142 yards against Oklahoma. When they blitzed him, and this is key, when they blitzed him, he did not complete a pass.
Whoa.
So far this year, just a 55% completion percentage. And you know what the concern was?
What?
Was, hey, he's a running quarterback. He ran in high school.
Yeah.
So far this year, he has only 5 carries for -6 yards.
Yikes. Who was he? Dylan Raiola last year?
So my list item feels a little firm. And by the way, if Michigan can
just a little
stay in the top 25,
I know, the long awaited,
they might have a chance to end that winless streak against AP top 25 team.
God, I hope they do. And then that all the dorks start moving the goalposts. Yeah, but Michigan's not ranked anymore, so it doesn't count.
But the last team they beat that was ranked also was not ranked anymore at the end of the season.
Correct.
So.
Or by like October. Firm. God damn it. God, did that turf look good, John?
Did that what?
Didn't that turf look good? What, did I say something, Nick?
Yeah.
What did I say?
It sounded like you said that turd looked good.
No, no, that was a cough.
It was God, space, and then.
Oh, my bad. Anyway, Yeah, that was two separate words. That was not the same
No.
word.
It sure was, but they were close enough together.
Okay. I had to clear my throat. The turf looked great.
Yeah,
I just ruined my firm, man. I was trying to. Wow, GB says red end zones are bad. No, those looked nice.
Was that a firm?
I'm firm. I am firm.
I still can't understand, and I think now, obviously, it wasn't going to hurt him in a night game, but
what?
The black sidelines are a little weird. And
you dorks.
Yeah,
it's
but
going to be so hot.
Not if fall arrives early. Did you think about that?
Well, yeah,
it's going to be really toasty this weekend, though.
Well, then I guess if players, catch fire on
Fainting
the sidelines,
couches.
we'll know why.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, red zone end zones are great, says YouTube user Stibbs. Field made me firm too.
It was fun. Yeah.
I like it. It's fun.
I like the red end zones.
Yeah.
One final one, soft.
I got a soft as well.
Nice.
Matt Rule's replay challenge skills.
Dude, that was terrible.
Bro. You only get one of these.
Bruh.
Now, I know it's college sports, and so
Dumb.
they have weird replay rules where the ref can just arbitrarily decide, but
sure,
you do have one challenge. I wouldn't use it on something that obvious.
Yeah, that was weird.
Hopefully
it was because he knew they were going to run him off the field.
I don't know if he was told by someone to challenge it or if it was just emotion taking over, but so far, Matt Rule really, and he's had a few others the last couple of years where it was like, really? Why are they challenging this?
Yep.
It Palpatine in his head.
Need work. Needs work.
Yeah.
Do it. Challenge it.
Not our fans. My final soft.
Not our fans.
John, the new NFL hats are garbage.
Yeah.
There is a problem with these hats. It was like Kyle Shanahan showed up and helped design them. He says, can we make the logo even tinier for the whole league?
I found the sideline hat at Kohl's so I could get a good up close look at it. Under the bill where nobody can see it, there's also like these rubber nubs. There's like 5 rubber nubs of different colors for the team just under there.
I hate them. I hate the new
It doesn't
hats.
make any sense.
Every time they show them on the sidelines, everybody looks like a huge loser.
Why don't they go back to last season's where it was the cool rope hats?
Bring back the
No.
rope hats. The rope hats are sick.
They were really good. The Dolphins
they're
didn't
sick,
make
all right.
me
They make
sad
me
last
sick.
year. I would have bought
Mustache
one.
Adam, what is this? A logo for ants? Seriously, go look at the hat. It is just so ugly.
I guess I didn't
bad.
notice it. but-
Hopefully the beanies are better when the
You-
beanies come out later this
You
year.
didn't notice it because it was so small, John.
Seriously, John, it just looks like a plain hat.
Like Josh is used to looking at small things, and he even
Hey! Average size thing.
Coming up, some observations about week 1 in the NFL, and then it's a Michael Severe Monday. We'll get his thoughts, further thoughts.
Beyond the hats.
No, we're not going to pee on the hat.
behind this.
No, beyond the hats.
Beyond
We
the-
won't
beyond
pee-
the
Beyond the
Can I
hats.
pee on them?
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
Is Kyle Shanahan still wearing it?
No, I would never do that to him. 1-0 Kyle Shanahan. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Yes, exactly. That was a sweet throw by Purdy. It was. Did you even see it? You were probably
Yes,
watching
I
your
did
game.
see it. He kind of got lucky.
When my team plays, I only watch one game because I'm a huge dork.
I wasn't watching that game.
That's my impression of you. I know you're watching your game
No,
because
I
that's
was
all you
watch-
do.
No, I had the Packer game on and the Bronco game on.
What about your game?
And obviously our game was on.
You're a 3 TV man now?
Yeah, we had 3 going.
God, John, I'm so proud of you.
No,
I'm proud.
shut up.
I'm proud.
I don't like no.
Not our fans.
Oh, you're a proud boy, huh?
No.
16 points. No.
Full house pistol. Finley claps for the snap, takes, hand off, and that's a safety. Jordan Gadd is swung down by Cade Petshaw.
More of an update on the trash field in Chicago. Courtney Cronin of ESPN.com, who works the Chicago area, says several members of the field crew are surveying the turf and placing a sand seed mix in areas that need to be filled on the playing surface. The field was resodded after a stretch of 5 concerts at the end of August. Why are you doing concerts on this field when it has such a notorious history? Just resodding, it's not going to make it better. You got to let that stuff settle in for a while.
Now,
not our fans.
Is it including, because we went to My Chemical Romance.
Yeah, we know.
And then the next night it was like System of a Down and Avenged Sevenfold. And
what year is it?
It sold out so well that they did
7.
Good
they did
reference, John.
back-to-back shows at Soldier Field.
Yikes.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yikes.
Also, the Lumineers was there
higher or lower on ACL tears tonight, John?
Great.
Higher.
Okay, well, it's not MetLife.
Yeah, but it's garbage because of stupid little bands playing.
There were big bands.
Speaking of the NFL,
this was a good weekend of NFL games. Now,
almost good.
I know it was here. I know it was on here locally.
Pretty assy.
The Steelers and Jets.
Dude, that game. Wait, that wasn't on here?
It was on
No, I say it was on here. It was
on Paramount. Sorry.
Yeah, it was on CBS.
That game was way more fun than I ever expected.
Yes. Did the Jets find themselves a quarterback?
And did they lose their defense? You know, and how much of that, of
Perhaps.
course, was Aaron Rodgers versus how much of it was the Jets defense?
Well, it's not like Aaron Rodgers was stretching the field on him or anything
No.
like that. I mean, he was efficient. You know, the Steelers are a rich man's version of Iowa. You know, they try not to be too explosive on offense.
That's true.
You know, because they want to lean on defense and special teams. But this was a good old fashioned shootout. And then, of course, what wins it? 60-yard field goal.
Yeah, that game was a whole lot of fun to watch. Could not believe the up and down that went on the field throughout for both offenses, for Rodgers and for Justin Fields. You know, we haven't seen those guys do that a whole lot over the last couple of seasons. Speaking of the AFC, and let's go. I want to go low hanging fruit with my first one. I did come away this weekend thinking the 2 best teams in the AFC that I thought were the 2 best teams are the 2 best teams in the AFC, and those are the ones that played in the football game last night. I cannot believe that the Ravens did not win. We went through all the stats earlier. I saw another one when we went to break where it was like teams that do X, Y, and Z were 277-0, and now there's a loss there because of what they were able to do. But that game was tremendous. Both quarterbacks, insanely high level. I have questions about both defenses, though. I thought
both defenses were a bit shaky. Now, it's easy to be shaky against
those
talent of that caliber.
And in week 1, right?
But this was an issue with Buffalo last year.
Correct. So, I went into the game thinking, and that's actually why I didn't like the Bills to win the Super Bowl, is because I just don't like their defense a whole lot this year. And for the most part, I was like, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that opinion. Now, the end of it, people who are picking against the Ravens, I know you're one of these people say classic Ravens, they blow a game that they always blow. That said, Chiefs looked very mid. I mean, it just seemed like the same team again. And I said this last week. They're not going to win all these one-score games. And what would you know? They get into a one-score game.
And they lose.
They lose the one-score game. So I view those 2 as a step above the rest of the conference. I thought that this was going to be finally the year where Cincinnati got off to a strong start. They won yesterday, but wow, it did just kind of look like more of the same.
It did.
That said, at least they got a dub instead of a loss, and so they're not putting themselves in a hole where last year they put themselves in a hole in September.
Of course, the big debut of Micah Parsons with the Green Bay Packers. But well, he was.
I thought we agreed not to ever talk about this.
Josh,
well, I'm afraid.
The facts.
I'm afraid we may have to talk about this because Green Bay put a whooping on the Lions.
They dominated the Lions yesterday.
Has anyone checked in on Chance?
I saw his tweets yesterday. He's a sad, sad man. Ragnow, that decision to move on from his football career looking, not worse, but it's just looking like yikes for the Lions.
And one of the big concerns what's this team going to be like without Ben Johnson, shepherding the offense?
Ben
Johnson. The offense, a lot of that was, and you mentioned Ragnow, but man, it felt like Green Bay was living in that backfield all game long.
Believe in the 4 sacks. Parsons affected them 3 times, and he had the 1 sack for himself. I heard this morning. I was listening to the Athletic Football Show. I think it was Dave Hellman who said it. Last year, these 2 teams played in the middle of the season at Lambeau Field, and the Lions just kind of squeezed the life out of them, and it was almost we're a contender. You're not right now. And he said it was interesting how this game had a very similar look to it, where
it flipped.
The final score is one where it doesn't look like a domination. Like if you didn't watch this game and you see the final score, you say, oh, wow, the Packers won comfortably. If you watched it, the game didn't seem close at all.
Yeah.
Like the Packers controlled it from snap one. They went right down the field, and then the Lions got it, and they didn't. And it was kind of like that the whole game.
Daniel Jones and Peyton Manning.
Wow.
Shaking hands.
Wow.
The only other quarterback in Colts history to engineer an offense that scored on every possession was Peyton Manning in the famous 2003 playoff game in Kansas City. And Daniel Jones.
That was a great game.
Daniel Jones joined him. All at the expense of Tua, who, by the way, seventh time
Tua Tagovailoa.
Seventh time that he has had a 3 turnover game since 2020.
Guys,
Nick,
I have 2 takes from this.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure McDaniel's going to get fired this season.
Yeah.
I'm so sure of it now.
That'd be a shame.
Solid.
That'd be a shame.
I'm going to miss him, John, but not this, whatever
You could
this
invite
is.
him to his next bachelor party. Not Nick's, but
Well,
his friend.
I bet he'd play Magic with me.
Oh, I
Exactly.
guarantee you he would. The dork.
What's the other take?
I think Tua's cooked. I think Tua's done.
These are normal good takes from you, Nick. Good job.
Well, the vibes coming out of Miami weren't great anyway.
Dude, and
it
what?
just
Like
got
2 plays
worse.
into the game, Tyreek's on the sideline yelling at people?
Yeah, I'm so sick of him.
Speaking of bad vibes, John, my last one, or last thing I wanted to mention, and you talk about Daniel Jones, I'll go to the other side of the coin. The Giants. Woof. Absolute tire fire. And Dayball after the game talking about, I'm not going to make any promises on who's going to start a quarterback. The Cowboys are playing him this week, and I was like, cool, let's get the rookie. It's going to be Russell Wilson, apparently. I don't understand that place, man. I can't believe they brought him back. I do not understand that franchise.
I don't know.
A once proud franchise. I don't get it.
And finally, Nick, bring up the video.
Uh-oh.
My new favorite player.
Who?
Nate
This is
Landman.
Tagovailoa, and you see the punch of Landman.
Fisk is the one to get it, vacuums it in, but the play by the newest Ram defender, Nate Landman.
And then an excellent recovery, and that saved our bacon last
The team's trading turnovers.
Wow. Well, and the Texans have all 3 timeouts, so this isn't over.
What did you think of the Texans yesterday?
I thought the Texans looked kind of like they did. I mean, great pass rush as always.
Yeah.
But offensively,
yikes.
They pretty much had to rely on Stroud just throwing it up and hoping that a good thing would happen.
I am still
running
CJ
game
though.
wasn't great.
I like CJ.
Now, that's not to take away anything from the superior Ram defense, but it was, they certainly didn't look like they did against the Chargers last year in the playoffs.
No. A tweet from Kevin Kugler.
Hi, Kevin Kugler.
How come Nick hasn't told us about going to My Chemical Romance before?
It's funny you mentioned that. I actually just saw them. They were at Soldier Field.
Oh, the home of great grass.
Yeah. Fantastic grass. I touched some of it.
So if anyone loses their leg tonight because of tonight's game, blame Nick's favorite band.
Nick's fault.
For ruining the field.
That's your
at Soldier
favorite band?
Field.
No.
Oh.
But they mean a lot to me, and I'm glad I saw them.
You know who almost won yesterday? The Saints.
Wow. I thought you were going to say, you know who else's favorite band is My Chemical Romance?
Yes, that too. Michael Severe. Big fan of My Chemical Romance.
Oh, yeah.
It's Michael Severe Monday, 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
There's Michael Severe, ladies and gentlemen. A responsible man. Do you know he wore his Jet Award blazer to the game?
I saw it. He was looking good.
He looked like a bowl representative.
Nice.
Hey, would you like to come to the Fiesta Bowl? No, it was all about the Jet Awards. And we had someone come up to us at the tailgate, the 1620 pregame show.
Yeah,
and they were impressed by his blazer too.
Nice.
I'm glad somebody liked it. I just dropped it off at the cleaners a little while ago.
Awesome.
Well, they asked, "How come you're not wearing red?" And
oh my gosh, everybody!
I haven't heard that question before.
Yeah, but as I explained, he's wearing the Jet Award, which is of Johnny the Jet, one of the greatest Nebraska football players of all time. So it's
like he's rooting for him.
Kind of like he's wearing red.
Plus, I am a journalist, and I don't go to the game wearing the colors of either team. That's
right.
I never have done that. I don't do that.
Correct. Now, when you bet on Nebraska, technically you are rooting for them. So, like,
now you bet against them, though.
Yeah, then you're rooting against them.
And I'm rooting against them, I guess. Yeah, no, I didn't. So that's what you said. I bet for totals for players. So I was rooting for the players. I was rooting for Dylan Raiola. I was rooting for Emmett Johnson. I was rooting for over 19 and a half. And then I was rooting for damn Dane Key, which I did not get Dane Key over 60 yards, which was very
At least Dylan and Emmett didn't let you down.
No, they did not. And neither did the 19 and a half. That's a good job by Nebraska to cover that first half spread.
So, yes, they did. They did.
Your dog agrees.
They did.
He just it's weird because he was just laying here for the last, 20 minutes.
Whenever you come on the air, your dog just starts whining. He probably doesn't like John.
Something about John.
What?
He's a ginger hating dog, apparently. I don't know what else wrong with it. He doesn't even see color either. That's the crazy part about it. He can't even see color.
Well, yeah.
But yet still he knows somehow. He's like, my soul keeps getting pulled out of my dog body.
Oh,
what's
man,
happening?
John, you take dog souls too?
No, I do not take dog souls.
Crazy.
What are you talking about?
You are a crazy person.
I don't know.
You are a crazy person.
You know what I would never do though?
What?
I would never go into a restaurant and go, a turkey sandwich would be a good thing to have.
I thought you were doing a John impression, but it turned into a
turkey sandwich.
I don't go to those restaurants to get a turkey sandwich.
I know. I don't go anywhere to get a turkey sandwich. Most of that's like pay to get one. Like, oh, please
you
give me
have to pay me
flavorless
to eat a
meat.
sandwich.
Exactly. You'd have to pay me.
How much, Michael, would someone have to pay you to eat a turkey sandwich?
From where?
From I don't know, like a chain restaurant, like $25. Would it?
Like if I was at Applebee's, right?
Sure. There you go.
They're like, hey, we have this turkey sandwich. You have to eat it. And I'm like, I'm not eating that. And they go, we'll give you
how much?
$20.
Yeah. Would you do it for $20? I'll do it for $50.
Yeah. They had to put some stuff on it, like some hot sauce or something to help me get through it. I don't know what they'd have to do, but they'd have to do something. It just wouldn't be a turkey sandwich. Which doesn't make any sense.
Let's see. Does Applebee's have a turkey sandwich?
Oh, man. I bet that thing sucks.
I don't think a lot of places. You know where you can get turkey? Where you can get turkey sandwich is, like any of the with the sandwich place that's over there off of Dodge Street that everybody likes.
Jimmy John's.
Which has a turkey sandwich that's roasted in the oven, in that little oven they have.
Yeah.
They have people like that one. It's
popular. Now listen, when some people do the, and I think Firehouse does it, there are others that do it, when they do like the Thanksgiving meal in a sandwich, where it's got the turkey and it's got dressing and it's got a little gravy and a little cranberry sauce. That's pretty good.
Oh, I don't want no cranberry
sauce. What is your problem?
What is my problem? Cranberry sauce? What is wrong with you?
Not out of a can. Look,
no.
Cranberry chutney, I'm cool with.
We make our own cranberry.
When you say when I hear cranberry, I think immediately that stuff in the can with the little rings around it.
No. I meant like
slice it and like look. I don't.
Ever since we started making our cranberry, and it's a very simple deal where you just pour the cranberries in the boiling water and some sugar and you just melt it down. That's far superior.
You put the sugar in the water.
You put the sugar in the water.
What was that line from? It was a Hardee's biscuit commercial.
You dip the batter in the flour.
Put the batter in the flour.
You dip the batter in the flour. Those were good commercials.
Bad commercials. Oh, we missed that. That was good.
Oh, all right.
Food for breakfast wasn't bad either.
That's true. Saturday.
Football game.
Saturday. Yep.
You mentioned Emmett Johnson a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him finally break a big play. Haven't been waiting for it.
A couple of them.
Do you think he shed the idea of a running back incapable of the long run, or is it just, hey?
Well, he's always capable of it. We know he could do it. The longest two I remember was the one against UTEP, which he didn't score on, and then the one at the end of the Purdue game, I believe, which he did score on. He's just not a guy with top end speed. He almost got caught on the 47-yarder. I don't think he's going to be a guy that against most opponents, opponents with some real athletic talent, that he's going to be able to do that kind of thing. But he's very dependable. And as long as he averages over 5 yards a carry, I'm fine with him not having any really big plays, over 20-yard plays. If he averages 5 yards a carry and catches the ball out of the backfield, which he's had some big plays, explosive plays on before, I'm fine with that. I thought that was about right. 17 touches was about perfect. You got him through the first half, got his work in, because how much work is he going to get in Saturday against Houston Christian? So you can't just say, we're not going to give you any work for 2 weeks, Give him the week, give him first half, maybe gets first quarter against Houston Christian, something like that, and then gets ready for Michigan.
I was going to ask you, Michael, because sometimes I feel like I am being too unfair, or dare I say too whiny, when I'm like, stop giving him carries, get him out of the game, because I would just hate to see him get hurt in a meaningless one, especially after the 32 touches in the opener. Is there can they do better, in your opinion, on Saturday against Houston Christian? Because they don't need him, but obviously I don't want them to just totally punt on him playing this week either.
Yeah, I would say that the best thing that Houston Christian does, looking at their numbers, and I know it's 2 games against one team in Eastern Kentucky who a lot of people like in the FCS ranks, but they do play pretty good defense so far. So we'll see. Maybe they can limit Nebraska early on in the first couple of drives. Maybe it can be like a Northern Iowa game where early on they're staying with it. I don't know. But I would get him, his work. What do you think is 10, 15 carries? I would get him his work. And
I want 10. It's probably going to be the same as it was on Saturday.
He had 16 touches on Saturday.
Yeah, so 14 carries and 2 catches.
Because here's why I ask.
How could you not know that Mosey didn't get a carry? You weren't watching the game? What was up with that? What was up with that, Josh?
Sometimes you make a mistake, Michael.
What was up with that, the Mosey thing, man? You jumped all over Jack. You jumped down Jack's throat.
I know. Sometimes
made Jack think he was reading something wrong.
Sometimes you make a mistake because you're in the studio.
Because all black people look alike. I know. I know what you're doing. You're like, Nelson could be him. Could be the other guy. Could be Mitch Johnson. It could be anybody. They all look alike. I know, Josh.
I was going to ask a nice follow-up question, and now I'm getting called racist. So here's why I asked though. Yeah. So before the year, we did the little round table, and we talked about 20.5 because that was the number that he averaged last year in touches with Holgerson as the OC, right? So that was the last 4 games. 16 is not that far off from 20.5, and this is against a tin can. And so that's why
a hard 16 though.
No, it definitely was not a hard.
Not a hard. It's like when you go out and you're a pitcher and you throw 100 pitches, but you're never in trouble. And so there's really no extra stress on you. So maybe it was similar to that.
Yeah, there's a difference between BP and actual game. And this kind of felt like BP.
It did. That's very true. That's right.
It's Akron. I told John this on Saturday.
Yeah.
You go through and you do your film study and you write down everybody you think that maybe you need to bring up to people who want to know about the other team. I had 6 guys written down, and one of them was the punter.
That's it.
I mean, this just wasn't a lot of guys. They aren't very good. Yeah. And I would argue that if they played Houston Christian on either a neutral field or that field that's got the CVS on it, either one, it doesn't matter. I think maybe Houston Christian could beat them. It'd be low scoring. I tell you that. It'd be like 3-0, 3-2 maybe, something like that.
It is nuts that Akron has not scored a point in football since we were in Las Vegas. Like, it is insane how bad this offense is.
And so the times they've lined up for a field goal, they've missed 2 and had 1 blocked. And one hit the upper. You want to have a bad. Okay, the opposite of what the day that Lindenmeyer had was the kicker. for them. The opposite day.
He got his girlfriend broke up with him.
She probably could look, man, you can't even make a field goal click. You out of here. You're hitting uprights, ding dong. And yeah, he had a bad day, man. He's had a bad year, actually. He's not had a very good year at all.
No, that team hasn't either.
I feel bad for him. My wife's like, I feel so bad for Akron. I feel so bad. I'm like, look, they took the money.
Yeah.
They took the money. I don't know what the money was. How much was the money? 800,000, 900,000, million?
I saw it in one of the stories.
Was
I
it
thought
$1.2 million?
$1.5 million.
Yeah,
$1.5 million?
Yeah, I think Nebraska's paying their opponents over $1 million.
Well, you get $1.5 million. That's $1.5 million of a butt whipping right there.
What is it?
Some people like BDSM.
It's the compassion and the big heart of women. Because my wife was the same way.
Bummer.
Yeah,
boy. She was like, I don't need this many groceries from Hy-Vee because Hy-Vee's got the deal where however many points Nebraska scores, if you spend that much money, you get that much in gas points. She's
limited to 40. Limited to 40. Not higher than 40. Yeah,
I don't need this much in groceries. I said, well, you better get used to it because and she texted me in like the third quarter when it was like 40-0. I said, it's probably going to get to 60 and next week might not be any better.
Yeah. We thought about going over there to get some groceries. We couldn't break our boycott. So, but anyway, I thought about going over there and doing that. Points.
Michael,
lots and lots of points.
Not to step on John, whatever John's next question was, but I did want to ask you. I want to ask you about Dylan because there's been a conversation in the chat about him today and how well he is playing, and of course the level of competition. And so you more than anybody are going to know that so well, given how you watch the game. What are you seeing from Nebraska's sophomore who is completing darn near 80% of his passes? 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, moving in the pocket, et cetera, et cetera. But again, with the obvious caveat, it was Akron. What are you seeing?
Yeah, and I mean, I know we said this, John and I said this on Saturday. That's going to be what we talk about all the way till we move on to Houston Christian, which is like Friday afternoon. But we, we're talking about Dylan. It's going to be constantly, but he was going against Akron. So I was telling John, I need to see him make hole throws, right? I need to see him do that. He's got a big arm. The safeties and cornerbacks in the Big Ten are going to get drafted. A lot of them will. So I need you to make hole throws. And we did see that. We saw about 4 or 5 throws. Obviously, the one rolling out where Dane Key made that incredible catch. I wish it was about 30 yards longer. But it was perfect. And he caught that. It was outstanding. That's a hole throw. He made another one across over to Hunter. He made another nice one over to Hunter that I thought was a great throw. He made a nice out throw to Barney. That Barney made a catch on him, somehow just fell for no reason. It was, you get a lot of those, and when he puts all those together, then you're like, okay, that's the quarterback we expected. And then when he's moving in the pocket, and as Coach Rule has said, and others have said many times, a good 25% of quarterback play is what happens before the snap. And I think he is managing things very well. You see him shifting guys over. You see him getting guys ready. If you watched the game last night, you saw Josh Allen make that check where he brought the running back to this side so he didn't get the screen to go there, and it broke because he saw what the defense was doing. That's a lot of times you've already won the play before the snap. And I think Dylan has the ability to do that as well. It's why right now he's playing like, honestly, you could argue he's playing one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I asked that question to Mitch Sherman. Can he be an upper tier Big Ten quarterback this year? And I think based on the way he's playing, I think that answer is yes, he can.
Well, right now, I saw somebody did a ranking this morning, right? And based off of grades, and he was 3rd. It was actually last week. Week 2 was Luke Altmaier, Drake Lindsay, Dylan Raiola, then Dante Moore, the Greek Rifle, and Maeva. Those are your top ones. They all got A grades. So, I mean, if it's not like it's an incredible collection of quarterbacks in the Big Ten this year, not to get down to like Drew Aller, who had a pretty average game against a team that they were tied with at 10-0 at halftime. So, at least we didn't have to deal with that.
By the way, if you didn't notice it, on the updated depth chart, the oars are gone.
Oars gone.
The oars are gone at left tackle, and Gatula and Corcoran are 1 and 2, and Pritchett is number 3. So it appears, and it looked like, we saw Corcoran come in the first half for a series, but then they went to that jumbo package where you switch jerseys.
Yeah.
But it was clear that they ended the rotation on Saturday. I mean, in terms of who is number 1, it is Gunnar Gatula.
Not till Pritchard came in basically when the second teamers came in. As soon as the second teamers came in the third quarter, that's pretty much when he came in. And I've had people tell me that maybe they're just trying to send a message to him so that concentration and whatever the issue was gets better. And then when the actual bullets start flying, when they get to Michigan, maybe he's the guy actually starting. I don't know. It'd be really hard to tell, Gunnar Gatula, hey, you're number one. You're going to play against Houston Christian. And then somehow coming out of Houston Christian, you're no longer number one at left tackle if you're healthy. So I can't imagine that being the case.
No.
And maybe later in the season, they work in Pritchard doing some other stuff, and there's always going to be injuries. But as of right now, and I've said this all along, I thought Gunnar was the safest choice at left tackle.
Michael, I don't think John or I have even mentioned the name TJ Lateef today, but I am curious about what you saw from him, given that, he's a completely different quarterback in his strengths and what he's trying to do out there. What did you see from him in his limited snaps?
Well, he was playing against the number 18 team in the country. I will say that. That's a little bit different. I still think that he's injured. I think he's got a bad foot, ankle, whatever's going on there in that lower calf area. So I think that's still an issue with him. I see him as having a lot of potential down the road. I think he can be a really good pocket passer, functionally mobile. He's not a runner either. Again, John, another example, just because the guy's black doesn't mean he's a runner.
No, wait. Are you talking about Underwood right now?
TJ Lateef. I'm sorry. I was thinking about the quarterback of Florida.
Team in the country. I thought you were making a joke about Akron at first.
I thought you were going to go with the
Lagway. You were talking about Lagway.
Because everybody has been. I'm sorry. All day I've been reading about Lagway.
You're good.
Lagway comparisons. Have you noticed that people really into the Lagway?
Because he was ranked in like the athletic quarterback ranking.
He was ranked higher.
He was like in the top 10. That's why.
I was wondering random. I didn't understand randomly.
People really that, and then Gronowski. Like every time they suck, Nebraska fans are going to say, "Hey, remember when people ranked him higher?" Yeah.
Well, I like TJ Lateef coming out of high school. The thing that I really admired about him more than anything else was he always got his feet right. I told John we were watching John Mateer play, and so many times John Mateer's throwing off plane. And dropping down side on. TJ Lateef isn't that way. He's always got his feet where it needs to be. He's mobile, like we talked about. You saw him do the stinky leg and have something drop on from that one guy. That looked really bad. Another guy, you got to call up his mom and tell her you're sorry for doing that to him. But overall, I liked everything he did. I thought all along that it was going to be a true competition with him and Dayton Raiola whenever that happens. I always thought that'd be the case. Because I've seen a little bit of Dayton, but not as much as I've seen of TJ Lateef. I saw a lot more tape of him, and he was ready to go pretty much as a sophomore. So you got a lot of tape of that kid throwing the ball, opposed to what I've seen from Dayton. So I think it's gonna be a real competition whenever Dylan leaves. I like a lot of things about him, and I love the fact that he doesn't get like really rattled. He just looks like I've been doing this my whole life. So I'm playing college football. So I'm in a game in Memorial Stadium. So it's going to play like I play.
I want to go back to the offensive line because, as we mentioned, they brought in
and DJ Lagway stuff. I said I believe in too. Go ahead.
Yeah. The jumbo package. Is that the first time we've seen that from Dana? I know they did it last year with.
They did it. They did it. Yeah, they did it with
Mazuka, but I thought that was still when Satterfield was coordinating.
No, they still did it on the goal line.
Okay.
It wasn't the bowl game. Maybe it was the Iowa game. They did it on the goal line at least once or twice.
Okay.
This is different though. So this is not unbalanced because he's no longer an offensive lineman when he puts on
his jersey.
He puts on the 89. But still, I love jumbo. It's one of my favorite things. The biggest misnomer with jumbo is because you've got three guys on that one side and sometimes four with a tight end, doesn't mean you run that way. So when you line them, when you do that alignment, now all of a sudden your numbers are going to come over here. So usually you got them outnumbered on the weak side.
Right.
So a lot of time counter coming back on run game goes back to that side.
Which is, I believe, what they did the first time they ran it.
You got even numbers, and that's what you're trying to work with. I don't think a team does it better that I've seen it in the NFL than the Niners. Niners do it all the time. They run counter off of having extra unbalanced line. So I like it. I enjoy it. I didn't think it'd be Corcoran. We talked about it a little bit before the season started, running that because how much I like it. And I thought maybe it'd be a Tyler Knack because I think him as a little bit more of an athlete. Even before Prohaska was going to be the right tackle, I thought maybe he'd be the extra guy. I'm a little surprised it's Corcoran, but you know what? He did a great job. I think he was the highest scoring person on the offensive line according to PFF.
Other side of the ball, Michael. It's interesting because Sorsby had a way better day in week 2 than he had in week 1.
Yeah.
And Nebraska, we went over the passing numbers with Akron earlier. Like they sucked, right? Like they had some drops, but the stats are pretty wild. Like what is real and what is an unknown with that side of the ball after 2 weeks, just given who they have played and especially who they just played a couple days ago?
Corners are for real. We said it after the Cincinnati game that you did that against a guy who averaged 235 yards passing and had 400-yard games last year. It wasn't like he was a nobody. Those guys were there from the NFL for a reason to look at Sorsby. And so it's the corner. The corners are for real. And Diamond Jones is for real. all over the field. And those safeties, which I actually worried a little bit about, and even with an injury, they played some of the backups early, and they played really well. The pass defense is for real, and they're doing it without a lot of pressure. That's the crazy part about it. Usually they work hand in hand, but this is guys who are having tight coverage. There was a play, it's across the middle, and I believe it was the Akron tight end, or maybe it was a bigger wide receiver, but Singleton came up and made a play on it, and it was a great break on the ball. He was covering like he was a cornerback, and you've seen it a lot. And so I think most of this is the secondary. I think Nebraska is going to excel in that. Now, eventually, you're going to get to some teams that have big-time wide receivers, and you're going to need to get some pressure on the passer to make them get rid of it, or at least get them off the schedule. You're going to need that. But as of right now, and even against Underwood, I think they'll be able to do what they're doing, because I don't think the Michigan wide receivers are scaring you. And if Nebraska can do what Oklahoma did and spend the majority of the time on Michigan's side of the offensive line, they should be able to handle their passing game as well. So that was incredible what we watched again at Michigan. Remember that play where they're trying to run zone read, and they basically almost handed it off to the defensive tackle?
Yeah.
He was so far in the backfield. They just beat them up.
We said on Saturday, 16:20, the pregame, we're doing our picks to click.
Yeah.
And the three of us are going to determine now
who won,
who clicked.
Okay.
So Michael got the first pick.
Okay.
He picked Dane Key. Did Dane
Go ahead, a touchdown.
That was nice. That was nice.
We didn't have any drops.
We're going to call it a click.
I'll say it's a click.
He blocked okay.
Okay. All right. We'll give him a click. Okay. My first pick was Isaiah Hunter.
Yeah, he definitely clicked.
He definitely clicked.
Yeah, 80 yards.
Yep.
Pretty good. 6 catches or whatever. Pretty good. No touchdown, though. No touchdown. You know what? He'd have gotten outscored in fantasy by Dan Key.
Tough luck.
Yep.
I don't think we need to debate much on this one. Emmett Johnson.
Yeah.
Emmett click, baby.
10 yards of carry. That'll do.
That's
right. Let me see. Derrick Henry without the fumble. Oh, wait. No, he had a fumble, though.
Yes, no, he had a fumble. That was a helmet on the ball.
That was incredible.
That was a great hit. Yeah.
I had Dason McCullough.
No.
He would have. He wouldn't have had the damn face mask on.
Yeah, he would have had a sack. Yes, he did.
I was so mad.
He had another pressure too, didn't he? I thought he had another pressure too.
On the stat rundown,
the problem was that there was so much balance, and so many people played few snaps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the leading tackler on the team had 4.
That was Singleton, right?
That was Petchock. Petchock had 4.
He clicked. Did you?
I got Singleton with 5.
Well, on the official stat sheet.
Okay. This is StatCaster. I'm sorry, I still got StatCaster up.
Yeah. On the official box score, they have Leonard with 3.
Did you pick Petchock?
I did not pick the Petchock boys.
Did not pick him. No.
All right, so Dason doesn't click.
Sorry, John.
Vincent Shavers.
I have him with 2 solo tackles and 1 quarterback hurry.
Yeah, I mean, no.
Is that what you have?
Yeah, if McCullough didn't, then yeah, Shavers didn't either.
Well,
that was Michael, or was that you?
I had Vincent.
You're just telling. I thought you were going back and forth. Okay,
I am.
So I'm the unbiased person here. I did miss this segment, which is good for this game. Yeah, sorry, that is a no.
He did not click.
Judging John's face, that was a John pick.
No, that was a Michael pick.
Oh, okay.
That was my pick. I mean, he had a quarterback pressure, and he had 2 tackles. So basically the same.
And I had Heinrich Harburg,
who had a really nice block.
He did.
Dude, that block was awesome.
The block.
He came around and just cracked, and that was.
Now, the Heine push didn't work.
No.
And if you look at the PFF, for some reason, they didn't give him a great blocking. I was shocked. It was like I think it was in the upper 50s or lower 60s.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that. But that block that he made was great.
What did he have receptions wise? He had
one for 9, I think.
1 for 9.
Man,
that block was really nice, though.
It was a really nice block.
Like this to be a click, because there's so many people are going to get stats. I mean, they had 15 targets. 15 different guys were targeted. Yeah. Tough game to get.
And 41 guys that made tackles on defense, or 40 guys that made tackles on defense.
Yeah, I don't know the last time, because we get the PDF from the university on the official game stats. I can't remember the last time that Nebraska's not only ran over to a second page, but almost took up half of the next page.
Wow.
Yeah. What did he have? 109? Was it 109?
Players that played?
It was 108, right?
108.
Yeah.
Okay. 108. Okay. So 108. Yeah. Which is not as many as they played last year against, was it UTEP? There was a game last year where they had like
UTEP, right?
Yeah, it was 120 or something like that.
They won it comfortably, but
it wasn't really not as much as that.
pretty.
I think the over under was 90 that was set by Was the guy that throws the discus?
Nick.
The guy that throws the discus. What's his name?
Guy that throws the discus.
Yeah, from Lincoln. Works with Josh on Sports Illustrated thing. Husker Max guy.
Oh, Caleb?
Oh, Caleb.
Caleb Henry.
Caleb.
Yeah. Wasn't he like a?
I always forget that. Yeah, that he was
I thought he was a
field
shot
guy.
I thought he was a
Was
shot.
it shot? Okay, I
He did
remember
something in the field.
something
Yeah.
where he was throwing out of one of the rings.
So some other
he said at 90.
some other clicks that you guys just did not pick were
Yes.
obviously Ja'Cory Barney, great game.
Yeah.
Nobody
We
picked-
didn't know.
Or Dylan, obviously.
Dylan.
Yeah,
Dylan was
but we know nobody's picking. I always say don't pick the quarterback.
Yeah, that is
Nobody's gonna
boring.
pick. But for Ja'Cory, I think John feels the same way I did. Remember they were talking about maybe he wouldn't
We
play.
didn't think he was going to play much.
I was shocked how long he was on the
Yeah.
field.
So they talked so much about him not
wondering-
playing.
I mean, he was still catching passes, in the second half. I'm like, wow, why is he still out there?
And then,
Apparently he was better than I
You
thought.
could have picked Latif. Like that was a nice little click.
That would have been a nice one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
that
clicked.
shot would have
Yeah.
been the sneakiest
That
one.
pet
out of
shot
all
would have
of
been
them.
a nice.
Pet shot would have
Yeah,
been.
so
that'd
do you
have
guys
been
have
sneaky.
that? I almost want you to add another one where it's like an off the radar, but I guess that's
Sleeper?
going to be harder when we get further into the year.
Yeah, once you get
Sleeper.
later in the year when the games get more tight. And by
Yeah.
the way, the rules of this, you can pick someone off the other team too.
Wow.
You don't just, like if you wanted to pick like
Bryce Underwood in a couple.
Bryce
weeks.
Underwood.
I would have taken Quentin Ives. Would that have been a click?
Well, he did score. He did
Hmm.
not look fast on that touchdown.
I think he was kind of Cadillacing it.
Which tells you how slow Akron is.
Dude, I said the same thing to McMaster when we were watching.
I think he was Cadillacing that a little because he knew that
Yeah.
he had scored a little bit like in that the Pittsburgh Jets game. Just Cadillacing in the end zone. This is easy. This is easy to do. So kind of like that. But yeah, I think he would have been because I actually thought about him thinking they were going to get down to their fourth running back, and he actually came in earlier than that.
Yeah.
Mainly because Emmett had fumbled, so then the rotation got a little screwed
Yep.
up. But
And I don't think, did Mosey ever actually play running back?
No carries. He lined up. Every time he lined up, it was in the slot.
Yeah.
And that second catch he had, you're like, oh, okay. This is what they've been talking about.
Yep.
He electric jump to the left, acceleration, broke tackle. Like,
Broke tackles.
okay. Yeah, this is the kid they were telling us in practice.
And then drew all the confusion when the ref said he stepped out at the 30, and then they
which wasn't
changed their
even
mind
close.
and they went
even
back.
close.
It was
That
like,
was insane.
That wasn't even close. Like we were all like looking around going, what did he see that we didn't see? And it took them like a half a second to fix it, but still, I mean, what
By
was
the
that
way,
ref doing?
Michael Dave texts in. He says the line, "We dip them in the batter," is grooved into my brain.
It is so. It's such a great line.
I guess I don't remember that.
It was a
one.
Hardy's one because
You might not have been here for that.
Yeah,
you might
it
not have
was
been
the
for
Chicken
Hardy's.
Dick era.
Yeah, because
Did you ever do a breakfast at Hardy's? Did you ever do a show?
No,
No, that was
Ever
just the
show that?
morning show. That was
Yeah,
just
just the morning.
Well,
yeah,
then I guess Gary and Damon.
Gary
did
and
it.
Damon did it, but I
Yeah.
never stopped by.
That was one of Sportsmanlike Conduct was a better show. Kevin and Michael. Were
That's
on.
right.
I don't.
Good old
I don't
days.
Even, don't even know
Always
what you guys are-
serious, just sports, no jokes, no boobs.
Definitely no boobs.
Well, wait, two boobs. Yeah, two boobs.
Yeah, their names were Kevin and Michael.
And Michael, exactly. Those were the boobs.
No other boobs.
Yeah. So John, I already put up the list for look ahead games, and I
Nice.
also have a sandwiches. Sandwiches. I also have a sandwich game.
Sandwich game.
Turkey.
Gotta say, it's not turkey.
Oh, thank
It's
God.
not. It might be two turkeys, but it's not a turkey.
Oh, you
sandwich
know,
game
you
and some look ahead.
yeah. Yeah, Severe Investments was doing really well last week.
Until those jerk. So I got killed in the NFL on Sunday on Atlanta, which I thought all along Atlanta was going to come back and win that game.
Same.
And I lost the Giants game, but got very, very lucky on the Cleveland game. Got very, very lucky on the Tennessee game because that game, it closed it at 9.5, but I had it at 8.5.
Yeah.
I got good on that one.
Did you have anything with the Bills and Ravens?
No, on my I did. So I did a 3-team money line parlay, but that was already lost with the Jets. So,
Okay, so you're-
the Ravens lost. It went. I had the Ravens, Jets, and I think Falcons, and all three of them lost.
Yeah, I told John earlier that because I took the Ravens minus a half point in my pick'em league, and like the whole game, I'm like, sweet, this is like awesome. This is so easy. And the game was like fun. I was enjoying it, and then at the end, I was like, wow, I'm about to lose this, and I couldn't even get mad because the end was just so fun and funny to watch. So
what I told John was the way it works is if Lamar is an underdog, he has this incredible record, but when he's a favorite, for whatever reason, it drops down. And he was an underdog to start off the week, and then it flipped all the way over to where he was now a favorite. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. I may want to change this only because of that. But
Yeah, but the irony is it wasn't his fault.
No.
It wasn't even close to his fault.
That 3rd and 10 scramble when it should have been a loss of what?
Oh, when he ran 20 yards backwards to gain 20 yards?
Michael, I heard the stat this morning. I think he ran 79 yards on that play. And
that's what they said.
That was stupid, man.
Yeah,
that was incredible. That's when I was like, if I would have been a Bills fan, I would have been like, all right, forget it. I'm turning this thing off.
You would have been the people to leave the game.
I was not going to bed. I told Chris that. We were talking about it, and I said, I'm not leaving this. It just feels funny. It feels like that 15 is sitting out there. The 15 sitting out there.
Yep.
And then when they missed a 2-point conversion, I thought, though, I was almost positive. If it's me and I'm Baltimore on that 3rd down, that ball does not leave Lamar Jackson's hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Lamar, go get the first down.
They did the end around on 2nd down. Like, whoa, that was interesting. And, it's funny. When Collinsworth was like, I don't know. They should go for it here. I mean, my first thought was, what are you talking about? But the more I thought about it, I was like,
problem is, you don't make 4th and 3. Then now they had the ball at the 46. They're 1 first down away from a field goal.
So they got there so fast.
The 3rd down was the issue. The 3rd down, the ball should not leave the hands of one of the most exciting players in the NFL.
Henry. That's it.
I say Lamar, and maybe I don't go to Henry because maybe I'm worried he's a little gun shy because of the fumble.
Because of the fumble, yeah.
But wasn't it 3rd and 8?
Yeah, it was
because of the bad 2nd down, right? Because
but still, I don't care. I'm asking Lamar above anybody else
to make the play.
I'm spreading everybody out, and I'm going, Lamar, make the play.
Okay. Yeah.
Even when they ran, so on 1st down, remember they ran that little sweep, right? Wasn't it a sweep to the left? And he gained like 5 yards on it. Then they lost 3, and then they threw the ball.
Wow. For some reason, I didn't think they ran sweep. I thought
they didn't run the sweep. Was that the drive before that? One of the last drives, they ran Lamar Jackson quarterback power to the left. And I thought that was on the last drive. But that's
I think they gave it to Henry on the last drive. I think it was Henry
on first down.
And then that end around that failed, and then the 3rd down.
Yeah, it definitely would have been somehow in the hands of Lamar Jackson, asking him
to
win the game for me. That's what I would have done on 3rd down. Also, the Raiders were I had them money line. That was very good. Remember we talked about the Raiders one?
That's right.
Good job for Kent Wagamont. And so that was a good one too. But anyway. Yeah, right. We're on the next week.
On to next week.
It's all that's done. Now we're on the next, or actually tonight, which I told you, John, I don't like island games and betting games.
Nope.
But I did take a couple of anytime touchdowns with a couple of wide receivers. So we'll see how that goes.
Awesome.
Yes.
It's always fun to have a little extra something on a game that maybe you don't have as much interest in normally.
Because I like to just sit there and really enjoy the game. But at the same time, what the heck?
Though it's also fun to watch with people who do have something on the game, which is what we had last night. And I was telling you off the air about my son's friend who had
first touchdown,
who had oh my God, I forget his name, the tight end for Buffalo, Dalton Kincaid.
Dalton
Kincaid first time touchdown score, and when he hit, the whole basement went nuts.
I used to do that all the time. I would do for Buffalo either Knox at first and then Kincaid, because so many times the best one of the year is first touchdown for a team. Ben Skoranek scored the first touchdown for a team in a game. That had to be 1,000,000 to 1.
Exactly.
Ben Skoranek was the first one.
I turned to Christian and I said, "Did you see you just scored?" Because we had it on the small TV. Yeah. I said, "Did you just see who scored a touchdown in the Steelers game?" It was Ben Skoranek, and of course he was not one of our favorite players. Good on special teams.
Great special teamer, and good blocker as a wide receiver.
Dropped the crap out of a pass.
Yeah. He didn't drop that one. He made that catch, and
but I was like, Ben Skoranek. I
want to know all the people who had Ben Skoranek for first touchdown scored.
Congrats to their wallets.
Whoever that person is probably was the same person that hit that $1 billion lottery this weekend.
Dude, they shared it, right? Didn't 2 people get it? One in Missouri and one in Texas.
The only reason I knew that it hit was I looked at the billboard today and it was down to 20 million. I was like, "Oh, someone must have won the $1 billion."
Yeah, I think somebody split it. 2 people won it. So good that it spread the money out a little bit across the country.
Yeah. Split $1 billion, $1.7 billion by.
Well, you're not getting that much money. Do you take? Are you a person that takes the
lump sum?
Take the lump sum and then invest it.
Yeah, you take the lump.
Yeah, and even after you obviously paying a lot more tax on a lump sum.
Yeah,
so you're paying like
40% but the other
tax.
thing is, I mean, it's a 30-year payment.
Yeah,
annuity. For people like Michael and I, we ain't gonna make it 30 years.
Yeah, might not make it. Might not make it. That's 86, dude.
Oh, you'll get there.
My dad was gone. My dad had his first heart attack at like 57, 60, something like that. So yeah, I got a couple of years left. But I look at it. I say to myself, I probably would take the lump sum mainly because I would like to go out and buy me a football team or something. Some sort of, I want to go buy a sports franchise.
Fine.
That's what I'd want to do. I want to own a sports franchise.
By the way, B writes what we're all thinking. I missed the show when it was Severe and Kugler. We know, we do too.
Yep.
It was a better show.
Yep, it was a better show.
John didn't know me. He was probably a happier person back then.
I had a guy.
No, I was working mornings. I was miserable.
I had the damn Jack. The guy stopped me and he said, "You know, it'd be awesome." He goes, "Guy named John," and John said, "You know, it'd be awesome if like sometime during the offseason you had like did a week of shows, you and Kevin." And I said, one thing, Kevin's not doing that.
No.
And two, Kevin's not doing that. That's not happening. There's not.
It's
there's
like
no way.
Michael, it's like the turkey sandwich question earlier. How much would you have to pay Kevin to do a weekly show again?
You'd have to do 1 week of shows, like a special week of shows with Kevin Kugler, knowing that it might cost him his career.
That's true.
Because you would do it on video podcasts.
That's the problem. Like there's no
Yeah.
evidence of some of the stuff we did.
Exactly.
None.
Back then, people would be clipping that stuff. Did you see what this guy said?
No evidence of what some of the stuff we said or did. So I don't think.
It's like the Mike and the Mad Dog 9/11 show. You just can't hear it, but everyone has always said
everybody
it's a
talks.
wild
You hear
show.
that show? Oh my
Dude,
god,
that show was crazy. What happened? I can't hear it.
No, you'll never hear that show. You'll never hear any of the shows. You'll never hear the show with Bo at home. That show will never happen. You'll never hear that. It'll never be unearthed.
Casey Anthony babysitting.
No, definitely the babysitting services. You'll never see that.
My first day as an intern, the Casey Anthony babysitting service.
Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
We do have Kugler's last show though.
Oh, that's just like a cry fest. Yeah, everyone.
We had a bunch of good people on though. We had the guy from
Rick Alloway.
Rick Alloway. Yeah, that was a good show. And you know what? Jed recorded a poem.
He did record a poem.
Yes,
he came in. I think I let him in the door that night.
He didn't know that you could like record it and put it together. So he had to go all the way through, and he kept messing up. So he kept starting at the beginning and going. He did like 30 takes. I'm like, I could have edited it, Jed. Anyway, so
leave it to Jed. They can't even read his own poetry.
Well, he was trying to give a lot of emotion too.
Yeah,
and he was kind of acting it out. He was doing a radio play.
Okay.
So,
shout out to
John. Don't be unaliving Michael like that. Okay, Sonny.
What do you mean? I didn't unalive anybody.
I'm just reading what Sonny said. I don't know.
Well, I said we're probably gonna make it 30 years. We'll be in our 80s, man.
And you can now, though. I believe in Nebraska, you can pass it on, right? Like a inheritance thing. The win. Well, I thought I read something about that.
Yeah, the annuity. I don't know.
Yeah, I know you used to couldn't. Like if you died, it stopped. But I believe now, at least a portion of it can be forwarded onto your relatives in your will or something. I don't know.
Just take the lump sum and don't worry about it.
Just take the lump sum and don't worry
There you
about
go.
it. Give me the $1 million.
All right, Michael. We'll see you on Saturday. Well, actually, we'll see you on Friday.
Yeah, he's
I'm doing the show
We're
on
gonna
Friday.
preview the Bud Crawford fight.
And I also have some things that I am just angry about.
No.
So I got some of the angry stuff too, including I'm sick and tired of them scratch off people. You people are killing me. Get out of line. I don't give me 2 of those scratch offs and give me 2 of those. And I know, no, not that one. The one behind the other one. I need to let me check and see if these are all done. Scratch off people. Go to your own line. Get the hell out of the line. I'm in a hurry. I hate to scratch off people.
It's gonna be like the hour of hate.
Yeah.
Awesome. But no, Doug, we're not bringing back the hour of hate.
We never will.
All right, we'll talk to you Friday.
Bye, Michael.
Bye, guys.
It's Mondays, everyone. We'll come back and get some content in.
Let's do it.
Content today. Don't worry about Sark wanting to watch you go pee-pee.
Also, there has been some boots on the ground journalism about this that I will follow up with.
Oh, good.
Uh-huh.
All right. So next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. You know, we were just talking with Michael about the game tonight between Minnesota and Chicago, and you might be really happy that the ball is back, but maybe you want to enjoy this game just a little bit more, whether it is going to underdogfantasy.com or downloading the app today. Do so and put in our promo code 1620thezone and check out all of the availabilities tonight. We were talking about field goal kickers earlier. What about Justin Jefferson? His first game of the season had a really interesting training camp. John, maybe you go higher on the touchdowns at a half touchdown, either rushing or receiving. Maybe you look at the receiving yards, though, of 79.5, and you say, I don't know about that. Whatever it is, it's available for you right now at underdogfantasy.com.
And you can play it in Nebraska. That's right. No having to go across state lines. You can play it right here in Nebraska. age 19 and above. So go download that Underdog Fantasy app today and find out how you can score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 with our promo code 1620TheZone. So make games like tonight even more enjoyable to watch. Find your favorite players, your favorite stats, pick higher or lower, and win money with Underdog. Again, download the app today. Sign up with promo code 1620TheZone. Score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620TheZone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Poor Jed writes, I'm out here just delivering mail and a bus driven by Michael Severe just hit me. Man, I remember the days when the mail people would be done in the early afternoon. Like if they were delivering, first of all, if you ever delivering mail on Sunday, never.
Mail on a Sunday?
If they were delivering mail at night, never. They are working our male people to male and female male people.
Male persons.
The male people and the female male people to the bone.
It's almost like some weird
happened,
financial
John?
situation and cuts happened in around, 2020-ish that would hinder the USPS and benefit private mail companies more.
Interesting, John.
I didn't say that. He did.
Interesting. Time for content.
It is. Nebraska will hope to not get biffed in 2 weeks. Michigan has tabbed Biff Poggi. Poggi?
Poggi.
Poggi.
Nailed it.
Isn't it
first time.
Poggi?
Poggi.
I thought it was Poggi. I'm sorry. I'm going to call him Poggi.
Sounds like the name of a Pixar character.
Nice.
Biff Poggi.
To be Sharon Moore's replacement when he serves his 2-game suspension for cheating. How much should Nebraska fear the Biff?
You know what Biff Poggi, you know, he coached at Charlotte.
Poget.
I believe his record was something like 6-24.
Yeah, and he didn't wear sleeves.
Wasn't particularly good. Now, of course, they're not playing Charlotte. They're playing Michigan. But
correct.
This is going to be beautiful. This is going to be absolutely beautiful when Sharon Moore, who was involved in the whole cheating scandal and decided he got to choose which games he sat out of. You know the game you should have sat out of, Sharon? You should have sat out last Saturday so you didn't have to be there front and center to watch that ass whooping.
I bet he loved it, though, John. He played there. People forget.
He is going to regret missing the Nebraska game.
Dude.
When they lose by at least 2 scores, as predicted on the Grum.
We will talk about this game a whole lot next week. This is quite the opportunity for Nebraska football.
Yes, it is.
Quite the opportunity for Nebraska football.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Every SEC team that's on Oklahoma's schedule this season is currently ranked inside the AP Top 25. Starting in 2 weeks against Auburn, OU will play 8 conference opponents ranked between number 3, LSU, and number 25, Missouri. How many of the teams will actually finish the season in the top 5?
Top 25.
Top 25.
So the other opponents, Texas, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Alabama, and Auburn. It will not be all of them. It would not surprise me if Alabama fell out of the top 25, if Missouri fell out of the top 25, and even Ole Miss, who I put in the playoff, fell out of the top 25. I'll say half of them end the year as top 25 teams. That is crazy, though, that all 8 of them right now are inside the top 25.
Auburn won't.
Crazy.
Texas will. South Carolina won't. Ole Miss will. Tennessee will. Alabama will. Missouri, no. LSU, yes.
Okay. I think that was like 5.
5 of the 8.
Okay.
Nice. Georgia QB Gunnar Stockton went 26 of 34 for 227 yards in the Dogs' 28-6 win over FCS foe Austin Peay this weekend. Friend of the Grum, Anthony Dasher, dove a bit deeper, and UGA fans probably won't like what he found. 14 of those 26 completions, they were screen passes.
Oh.
And another 4 for 5 yards or less. Should Georgia be concerned about their matchup with Tennessee this weekend?
Yeah, because they didn't handle their look ahead very well. No. We talked about it quite a bit. Michael and I did on Saturday.
The Austin Peay matchup?
Yeah.
It's
interesting that 14 of the 26 were screen passes. I wonder if they were trying to hide something.
I was never a big Gunnar Stockton guy.
I wasn't either.
The answer, by the way, obviously is yes. It's a road game. Tennessee has looked pretty solid so far, and they are a 3.5-point favorite. So the answer is definitely yes. I would love to see Tennessee pull off this win. They have had a lot of success against them, though, over the last handful of years.
Georgia's like 28-8 when playing ranked teams.
Yeah. It'll be tough.
It's really tough, but they've lost 8 straight by at least 14 points. Tennessee has to Georgia.
Wow.
That may change this week.
Yeah, when they played them in this spot a couple years ago, I remember it was really rainy.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can get a nice weather day.
The Vikings and the Bears finish off week 1 in the NFL tonight. What's going down there?
I think what's going down, Nick, is probably going to be a fairly ugly football game where we're like, wow, we are subjected to these teams in prime time once again.
You think there's going to be 2 or 3 Achilles going
Let's hope not, Nick. That would be really bad. If you missed it, some video has made its way around the internet today of Soldier Field, and it looks like doo-doo.
It does look like trash.
It looks horrible. So good luck to all the players on the field tonight. I'm going to say the narrative of Ben Johnson being a massive loss continues for the Lions. They had a bad day yesterday. I would say that they will have a double bad day because the Bears win the game.
Yeah, I'm taking the Bears tonight. I don't know what to expect with J.J. McCarthy. This is going to either go exactly as we all expect and not well because it's his first ever professional game, or it's going to surprise the crap out of us. I don't think there's going to be anything in between. It's either going to be a big surprise or a big I told you so.
Wow.
Texas reporters and fans observed some possible discomfort Arch Manning was showing last Saturday. So one of those reporters asked Coach Steve Sarkisian about it.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth
who?
quarter.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Sark, you talk.
So 2-part question here, guys.
Okay.
One, does Sark Doth protest too much? And number 2, what faces do you make when you go to the bathroom?
John is a grunter.
Yeah.
I walk into the bathroom sometimes and he's in the stall grunting his way.
Oh, this is fun.
He's like grunting the slate.
Let's do our favorite impressions of coworkers in the bathroom.
Nice, Nick.
No.
Now, in terms of the doth protest too much. So Hank South, which is a real name of a real reporter.
That's cool, but it sounds really Texas.
It's too bad he doesn't cover the Big Ten.
My name is Hank South.
Hey, it's me, Hank South. So he did a story for 24/7 yesterday titled Arch Manning hurt ? Breaking Winsgate wide open. So if you missed it, the reporter is asking this because there was a photo that went viral and mainly a video where he made a throw and he was like, nah! And so everyone was like, ooh, something must be going on with his shoulder. So had you seen this? Did you know? Okay. So what Mr. South did was scroll through photos of Arch throwing the ball in his career. Last year, for example, wincing. Last year again, wincing. Even in high school. You know how Michael Jordan, when he would go up, he'd go, ugh. Arch apparently looks like he's crapping out a big turd every time he throws a football. So I guess he might be okay. His throwing motion is just really weird. Who knew?
That said, at the same time, Sark was very defensive on that.
He was. It was such a, who said it?
Yeah.
Arch said it? Because you could tell the gears of like, uh-oh, did Arch say something?
And that's why I think there is something there. Otherwise, he could have done the same thing. He could have just said, hey, I've been watching this kid in practice for the last 2 years. That's just what he does when he throws the ball.
Correct.
You would think a coach would kind of know that.
Yeah.
So I think there is an element of truth here.
Shohei Ohtani hit his 47th and 48th homers yesterday as the Dodgers got a must-needed win while Cal Raleigh.
Raleigh.
No, I know. I read something, and even though I know how it's pronounced, my brain just reads it a different way.
That sounds like an excuse.
It is an excuse because that's what happens. I'm telling you, that's how my brain is wired.
Okay.
Same thing happens when I would talk about the former Jets coach.
Robert Saleh?
Yeah. I always pronounced it wrong because I read it.
So back to the question.
He dumped his 53rd homer of the year as the Mariners routed the Braves. Which hitter's having a better season, the dumper or Shohei?
Well, according to Fangraphs, the answer is
Nerd.
Cal Raleigh. His batting WAR is 7.5. That's wins above replacement, while Shohei's is only 6.3.
Wow. Only 6.3. interesting that you have this question now. As Nate writes, I've been listening to most of the show. I can't believe you guys haven't talked about the Dodgers game Saturday night.
Oh my God, have you seen this?
I did, because you infiltrated my glorious football timeline. It was like an NBA tweet during a football game from Padilla. It triggered me so much.
You're so soft.
No, I'm not soft.
You're just so soft.
No, I just don't want to see baseball on my timeline on a Saturday.
I mean, it was freaking hilarious.
So do you know what happened, Nick?
No,
the Dodgers had a no-hitter, right, going into the 9th inning. They gave up a no-hitter on a home run, and then they lost the game 4-3.
Oh my God.
Yeah, pretty.
All with
pretty
2
tough.
outs.
All with 2 outs.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
All with 2 outs.
Yeah. I thought you
really
liked baseball.
I was playing Magic all weekend.
Don't know how to say it, Cal Raleigh. Didn't know about the no.
It was amazing.
You're not supposed to talk about
I laughed heartily in the press box. People were wondering why I was laughing about.
No cheering in the press box, John.
No, it was laughing.
No laughing either. That's basically cheering. It's cheering on the joke.
Bill Bryant,
some decorum.
Bill Bryant, the PA announcer inside the press box, who does not sound like someone who should be doing announcements at Epley Airfield, clearly says no cheering in the press box, but nothing about laughing.
Interesting.
Finally, last night, Nebraska tweeted out a photo of a red moon with the sunglasses emoji. What's happening here?
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think that the Cornhuskers are wearing the
That's an hourglass, by the way.
What did I say? What did you say?
Sunglasses.
Hourglass. Yeah, I was tired when I wrote these questions. I haven't been sleeping very well. They're wearing the all reds, John. Deal with it.
I mean, if you want to look like a bunch of blood clots, you might as well do it for a game against an FCS opponent.
I think the blood moon bit is a fun idea, but only if it's a night game. It doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Why can't you wear all red in the daytime?
You can, but you can't do the blood moon thing. A blood moon is a thing that happens at night when
it's
the moon is out.
It's a blood sun.
Not the blood sun.
Get us back to the Matt, because he was asked. Well, he wasn't asked about it. He mentioned it.
Hey, will the fans be wearing white at the game on Saturday, Matt? Is that what they asked him?
No.
Matt, the fans, will they be wearing white at the game? No, Nick just, okay, never mind. I thought that was funny.
It's on another page. John wanted me on this page.
You know, there was a blood moon last night. You know, so we think that those are pretty cool things. You know, kind of a red eclipse, and you know, when they say the history, they go back to like Asia and you know all across the world, and people saw like the blood moons, the red moon, the orange moon. Whether they thought like the wolf was trying to eat the moon or you know a dragon was trying to eat the moon, it usually means that there's a war coming.
There's a war coming.
Yeah.
It's called Houston Christian.
Hey, will the fans be wearing blue at the game on Saturday, Matt? Blue?
Not our fans.
Thank you, Matt. Hey, Matt, will the fans be getting in and out of the lines to get their beer nice and easy on Saturday?
Not our fans.
Oh, that's a bummer. I love it. I love that new drop. It's so fun.
Not our fans.
All right. There's content.
They not.
Not our fans.
They not our fans.
Uh-huh.
Jimmy's triggered. He says,
"Ooh, classic."
Is John okay with all blues on the Jays? It's different. Basketball, they do wear one. You don't see a lot of different color tops and bottoms in basketball. They wear all one color. In football, they don't.
You will admit that your pajamas take is just a little strange when
no, it's not.
Basketball uniforms look a little like pajamas.
No,
baseball
they don't.
uniforms
You gotta
look like pajamas. Football uniforms do not look like pajamas.
There's
do.
A
helmet.
They do when
there
they're
are pads.
They do when they're all one color. The whole point is it's from
But
top
what about
to
baseball?
bottom.
Why
all
isn't
one
a
color.
baseball
Because
uniform?
baseball's cool.
Well, also you're not wearing a cup to bed. You're wearing a cup in baseball.
That's true.
How do you know?
You're also not wearing eye black to bed or batting gloves.
That you know. Did you see that photo of Jim Harbaugh with the blue gloves? God,
Yeah, he looked. It looked like a proctology exam.
I do agree with your basketball uniform take, though. You could just wear a tank top and shorts to bed.
Correct. I knew guys who did. Not jerseys, but, you know, tank tops.
You could wear a jersey to bed. What's stopping you?
I wouldn't want the stitching rubbing against my skin the whole night.
Sleeping, you wouldn't notice it.
Yes, I would. Dude, Nick, when I used to go to sleep with a shirt on, I'd like pull the collar down because I didn't like how it felt around my neck. Now I just sleep without a shirt.
Naked.
Almost. I got boxers on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Your poor wife.
No. She says, "Hello, dear. How was your
hello?" And then shuts the door and locks it, so you're on the couch.
Not our fans.
She would never do such a thing.
All right. What's for dinner? Next, 1620 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Hey, we got another great prize. You know, we told you 4-quarter pick'em is back.
Hell yes, it is.
Also, we're giving away a trip for 2 to the UCLA game on November 8th.
What?
It's called the California Dreamin' Flyaway, powered by Neutral Vodka Seltzer.
Awesome.
It's 2 tickets to the game, 2 round-trip tickets to LAX, 2 nights stay in a hotel, $350 gift card to spend on food, merch, or other items.
Whoa.
And you can enter online at 1620thezone.com today.
That is an awesome prize.
I told you this fall, 1620thezone.com is the place to be.
You get a prize.
It's leftovers night.
So what are you having?
Probably the leftover noodles and tomato sauce and ground beef.
Is that called spaghetti?
No, it's like a
It's for sure some kind of pasta.
Yeah, it's just like the pasta mix.
I found out that I'm on my own tonight, and so now I'm debating on what I want to do. I don't know. Early thought is a burger because the Popeyes isn't open close to my house yet. Because that would be my
because it's so far behind because it's
Oh,
Popeyes.
they're doing a great job building. So yeah, I think burger.
I'm making us chicken and yellow rice tonight. I don't know if it's a thigh or a breast. I'll find out when I get home.
Awesome, Nick. I hope it goes so well for you.
I like making chicken and yellow rice.
Tomorrow, it's Tuesday. Farron's back. Brunt's is back. Sip is back.
Wow, I'm back.
We're back.
You're back. It's back. Nebraska's back.
Enjoy the